It was 1:30 in the morning when my daughter called. Her voice was slurred, thick with a terror that made my blood run cold. "Dad, come get me," she whispered, her breath fading as she spoke into the receiver. When I raced through the night to her in-laws' luxury estate in Napa Valley, her father-in-law blocked the custom mahogany front door with his body. Looking down at me like I was a bug beneath his shoe, he said, "She's not going anywhere. I'm a retired senior cybersecurity engineer. I spent 40 years in classified defense contractor units, building firewalls, breaking encryption protocols, and dealing with some of the most dangerous digital ghosts in the world. No wooden door and no arrogant California politician was going to keep me from my daughter." I forced my way inside, and what I found on the floor of that greenhouse laboratory made my blood boil. Before I tell the rest of my story, if you believe a father should do whatever it takes to protect his child, please share your thoughts. My name is Arthur Pendleton. I'm 68 years old. In the Northern California tech scene, I spent my career designing systems and troubleshooting major security vulnerabilities. I'm a man of strict logic and rules, because in my world, a single misplaced line of code can turn a $1 billion defense satellite into space junk. 10 years ago, after my beloved wife Eleanor passed away from an illness, I retired and moved to a quiet neighborhood in Palo Alto, hoping to live out the rest of my days in peace. Eleanor was the heart of our home. She was a brilliant botanist, and when she passed, she left her life's research manuscripts and a modest trust fund to our only daughter, Chloe. Chloe is 34 now. She inherited her mother's intellect and kindness, and today she's a top agricultural scientist. She developed a drought-resistant, highly valuable proprietary crop strain that holds immense commercial potential. A few years ago, she married a man named Julian Vance. Julian is 38, a venture capitalist based in San Francisco. On paper, he was everything you'd want: successful, polished, and charismatic. His father, Richard Vance, is a former California state senator and now a powerful power broker at the center of tech lobbying. The Vance family lives in a massive, secluded estate in Napa Valley. To me, that place felt less like a home and more like a private museum built to showcase power and wealth. I never fit into their world of country clubs, golf outings, and political dinners, but I tolerated their condescending arrogance because Chloe seemed happy. I always taught my daughter to see the good in people, but sometimes some people simply don't have any good in them. It all started on a foggy Tuesday night. I was fast asleep in my empty house when the sharp, jarring ring of my phone woke me up. I glanced at the digital clock on my nightstand. It was exactly 1:30 a.m. At my age, a phone call at that hour never brings good news. I answered immediately. "Dad!" A faint voice came through. It was Chloe, but it didn't sound like her at all. Her words were heavily slurred, the syllables dragging and bleeding into one another, as if she were fighting with everything she had just to stay conscious. "Chloe, honey, what's wrong?" I sat up instantly, my heart hammering against my ribs like a war drum. "Dad, please, come get me," she gasped, her breath catching in her throat. Her voice carried a sense of absolute primal fear. "They won't let me." Before she could finish, there was a heavy thud, a sharp gasp, and then the line went completely dead. I shouted her name into the receiver, but the only response was total silence. I didn't waste a single second trying to call her back. 40 years of cybersecurity instincts took over my brain. When a system alarm goes off, you don't ask questions, you act. I threw off the blankets, grabbed a heavy windbreaker, and ran out to my SUV. I unlocked the garage safe, took out my legally registered Glock pistol, and locked it in the passenger glove box just in case. I am not a violent man, but I am a fiercely protective father. I didn't know what was waiting for me, but I knew with absolute certainty that my daughter was in grave danger. The drive from Palo Alto to Napa Valley usually takes an hour and a half. I made it in 50 minutes. A thick coastal fog hung over Highway 101, but my mind was moving much faster than my wheels. Chloe is a meticulous scientist. She doesn't drink heavily, and she definitely doesn't touch drugs. She is the most responsible, clear-headed person I know. That slurred speech and sheer panic made absolutely no logical sense. At 2:20 a.m., my headlights swept across the grand wrought iron gates of the Vance estate. To my surprise, the gates were wide open. I drove straight up the winding private driveway and slammed on the brakes in front of their massive double doors. The entire mansion was dark, except for a dim light glowing from the glass greenhouse laboratory connected to the main house. I pounded on the solid mahogany door with a heavy fist. I didn't use the doorbell. I hit that wood hard enough to make them think the house was being broken into. A few seconds later, the door opened. Standing there was Richard Vance, Julian's father. Anyone else woken up by frantic pounding at 2:30 a.m. would be in pajamas, with messy hair and a confused look. Not Richard. He was in a tailored shirt and expensive trousers, his hair perfectly combed. He hadn't been asleep. He had been awake, waiting. "Arthur, what on earth is wrong with you at this hour?" he demanded, his voice dripping with cold, calculated arrogance. "Where is my daughter?" I demanded, taking a step forward to enter the house. Richard crossed his arms, blocking the doorway with his tall frame, a patronizing smirk on his face. "Chloe had a severe psychological breakdown," he said smoothly, his eyes devoid of any actual concern. "She became completely hysterical. Julian just gave her a sedative to help her calm down, and she's finally asleep. She cannot be disturbed right now. I suggest you go home, Arthur. You're making a scene." I stared at this wealthy, entitled politician trying to dismiss me like an unruly employee. The stench of his lies was suffocating. I didn't ask for permission. I dropped my shoulder and used my momentum to push past him. He stumbled back against the hallway wall, letting out a gasp of fake outrage. "You can't just trespass here," he shouted. "Then call the police," I growled back. I ignored him entirely, marching through the living room and rushing toward the greenhouse lab in the back. The lab's security door was locked tight with a biometric keypad. I didn't hesitate. Decades in systems engineering taught me that the most advanced electronic locks often have the weakest physical casings. I pulled a high-strength tactical folding knife from my pocket, pried open the plastic housing of the keypad, and pulled out the main control wires. I crossed them together, creating a tiny spark that disabled the magnetic lock. I threw the glass door open. What I saw inside made my breath catch painfully in my throat. The laboratory was a disaster. Rows of culture racks had been overturned, and expensive centrifuges lay shattered on the floor. And there, on the cold tile floor, lay my unconscious daughter. I dropped to my knees beside her. Her lab coat was disheveled, and she didn't respond when I called her name. Her breathing was incredibly shallow, barely a faint whisper of air, but what truly froze my blood was her neck. Under the pale grow lights of the greenhouse, I could clearly see a cluster of red, localized puncture marks right over her carotid artery. Someone had forcefully held a device against her neck to administer an injection. With my understanding of basic anatomy and chemical hazards, I knew instantly this was no accidental exposure to research materials. This was the undeniable result of physical force. Before I could check her pulse, I heard frantic footsteps entering the greenhouse. Julian rushed in, breathing heavily, his eyes darting wildly between the broken door lock and my face. He stood there in silk pajama bottoms and a flawless cashmere sweater. For a husband who claimed he had just dealt with his wife's mental breakdown, his hair was entirely too neat. His heavy breathing wasn't from panic. It was from recent, intense physical exertion. I locked eyes with him, and for a split second, I caught a glimpse of raw, unshielded guilt before he quickly forced a look of shock onto his face. "Call an ambulance right now," I roared, my voice shaking the glass panes of the greenhouse. Julian took a hesitant step forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Arthur, please calm down. We don't need to involve emergency services. I have this under control. My father has already contacted Dr. Sterling, our family's private neurologist. He is incredibly discreet and knows how to handle a delicate family crisis like this without creating a media scandal." I stared at him, barely able to process the sheer shamelessness of his words. My daughter was lying unconscious on a cold floor, her breathing dangerously weak, her skin a sickly pale color, and this coward was worried about a media scandal. Her breathing is wrong, I said through gritted teeth, stepping over the shattered glass on the floor to close the distance between us. Call 911 right now, Julian, or I swear to God, I will drop you where you stand. He stood his ground, though his jaw tightened. You're not thinking straight, Arthur. You don't understand what's happening here. Chloe has completely lost her mind. If authorities get involved, they'll commit her to a state facility. It will ruin her scientific career, and it will destroy the patent acquisition deal we're about to close. Dr. Sterling's medical team is already on the way. Step back and let us take care of my wife. Then he made a critical mistake. He reached out to grab my shoulder. I didn't say another word. Even at 68, I still rucksack and hike rugged trails every single day. My functional strength is on a completely different level than that of a soft venture capitalist who spends his life signing options contracts and spreadsheets. I grabbed him by the collar of his expensive cashmere sweater, twisted the fabric into my fist, and shoved him back with everything I had. Julian tripped over an overturned culture rack and slammed hard into a stainless steel lab bench. The impact knocked the wind right out of his lungs, leaving him dry heaving in pain. Don't you ever put your hands on me, I warned him, keeping my voice incredibly low and deadly serious. And don't you ever tell me how to take care of my own flesh and blood. I turned my back on him and knelt beside Chloe. Up close, the injection burns on her neck looked even more chilling. Carefully sliding my arms beneath her knees and back, I lifted her off the floor. She felt heartbreakingly light, completely limp in my embrace. As her head rested against my chest, a sudden wave of memory hit me. I remembered carrying her just like this when she was a little girl, fast asleep in her father's arms after a long hike in Yellowstone. The memory of that innocent safety stood in brutal contrast to this current nightmare, lighting a roaring fire in my chest. I carried her out of the greenhouse. Richard was standing in the middle of the living room, his face pale with rage. You are making a terrible mistake, Arthur, he hissed, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the back of the sofa. You are tearing this family apart over a simple misunderstanding. I didn't waste a single breath responding to him. I carried Chloe straight through the front doors and out to my SUV. I laid her down gently across the back seat, buckled her in, and wrapped my heavy winter coat around her shivering frame. Just as I was about to climb into the driver's seat, Julian rushed out of the house, yanked open the passenger door, and threw himself inside. If you're taking her, I'm coming too, he demanded, panting heavily. I am her legal husband. I have a right to be there. I didn't have time to drag him out of the vehicle. Every second mattered. I slammed the door, started the engine, and tore down the winding driveway, leaving the Vance estate far behind in the dark. The drive to Napa County General Hospital was a tense blur. I pushed the speed limit while Julian sat beside me in the dark, frantically sending encrypted messages on his phone. When we finally screeched to a halt in front of the emergency room entrance, I carried Chloe inside, calling out for immediate help. A team of nurses rushed over with a gurney and immediately took over. But before I could explain what happened, a tall man in a spotless white coat stepped out of a side office. He walked with a smooth, arrogant stride that I recognized instantly from his badge. Dr. Sterling. He ignored me entirely and went straight to Julian. Julian, your father already called me, Dr. Sterling said, his voice lowered, entirely too calm for an emergency room. I've already prepared a completely private VIP room. We'll handle this quietly. I stepped forward, my hands clenched into fists. I demand a full toxicology panel on her immediately, I stated, looking the doctor dead in the eye. I want to know exactly what is in her system, and I want a forensic exam of the injection marks on her neck. Dr. Sterling looked at me like I was dirt on the bottom of his shoe. Mr. Pendleton, I assure you we provide the highest standard of care here. However, Julian is her legal medical proxy. I will be discussing her treatment plan exclusively with him. He gestured behind him, and 2 large private security guards suddenly stepped into view. Please wait in the general reception area. You are not permitted in the restricted unit. The guards moved in, forming a solid human wall between me and my daughter. I knew that if I fought them now, it would only get me detained. leaving Chloe completely isolated with these people. Swallowing the bitter taste in my mouth, I forced myself to step back into the sterile, brightly lit waiting area. Through a small glass pane down the hall, I could see the monitors flashing in Chloe's room. I sat down on a hard plastic chair, propped my elbows on my knees, and let my brain do what it has done best for 40 years: analyze system architecture. When you spend your life troubleshooting complex network defenses, you develop a sixth sense for logical flaws in a system. You learn to spot anomalous traffic patterns in massive streams of data. Physical evidence and logic never lie. People do, but a system's failure state always reveals the truth. I closed my eyes and reconstructed the marks on Chloe's neck in my mind. It was a triangular point of contact. If she had shattered a flask during a breakdown and accidentally come into contact with strong acid or toxic fertilizer, as Julian implied, the trauma would be a splash pattern. There would be defensive burns on her arms and damage to her airways. But Chloe didn't have random chemical splashes. She had precise, concentrated puncture marks. It was the signature footprint of a high-pressure pneumatic needleless injector, used while someone held her down with immense force. The script they were trying to sell me about a lab accident causing a breakdown was an absolute fabrication. The source code of their story was rotten to the core. An hour crawled by in agonizing silence. Finally, the heavy doors of the private unit swung open, and Dr. Sterling walked out, holding a silver metal clipboard. Julian stood up immediately, rubbing his eyes to force a fresh layer of artificial tears. Dr. Sterling stopped in front of us, his face arranged into a mask of professional sympathy. "Arthur," he said, using an unearned tone of familiarity, "we've stabilized Chloe's vitals, but the situation is incredibly serious." He handed the clipboard over, not to me, but directly to Julian. I leaned over to read the stark red print on the top page. It was a rapid toxicology report. Chloe's blood contains a critical level of a potent hallucinogen, alongside a high concentration of a synthetic agricultural chemical. The doctor explained smoothly, keeping his eyes locked on Julian. Her nervous system has suffered a massive shock. It's a miracle her heart didn't fail entirely. The moment the doctor finished speaking, Julian collapsed into the nearest plastic chair. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking violently as he let out a dramatic sob that echoed through the hallway. "I'm so sorry," Julian wept, his voice thick with rehearsed despair. I knew she was under immense pressure with the final testing for her AgTech patent, but I had no idea she had broken down to this extent. I tried to get the chemicals away from her. I tried to hold her down, but she fought back like crazy. I failed. I couldn't stop her from harming her own health. I stood there in that pale, brightly lit hospital hallway, while the clear toxicology report remained tightly held in my weathered hands. Julian's dramatic crying echoed off the linoleum floor. He hid his face deep in his expensive cashmere sleeves, playing the role of a heartbroken husband with sickening precision. I didn't step forward to comfort him. I simply waited. After a few carefully calculated moments, Julian wiped his face, took a deep, shaky breath, and looked up at me. His eyes were completely dry. "Arthur, I didn't want to tell you this," Julian began, his voice dropping to a heavy, confidential whisper. "I wanted to protect her dignity, but Chloe has been spiraling out of control for months. The acquisition deal with the agricultural giant Agricorp brought immense pressure, and a few failed experimental data sets completely broke her confidence. She started experiencing severe hallucinations back in October. It started with waking up panicked in the middle of the night. Then it escalated rapidly. She began secretly compounding these dangerous synthetic mixtures in the lab, claiming that corporate spies were watching her. She hid those hazardous chemicals in the bottom cabinets of the greenhouse, thinking I'd never find them. I stared at him, my expression completely unreadable. I didn't interrupt his performance. I let him keep building this elaborate web of lies. When you're trying to track a hacker, you don't cut their connection immediately. You let them keep operating in a honeypot system until they expose their real IP address. I knew how to listen for the fatal flaw in a lie. Julian gestured frantically toward the closed hospital doors. Tonight, things reached an absolute boiling point, he continued, begging for my sympathy. Ta was completely incoherent, screaming out of her mind, saying she couldn't take the pressure. She just snapped. She smashed the containment units housing the neural inhibitors, flooded the entire floor, and lunged for the main chemical valves. When I stepped in to pin her arms back, she fought like a different person. She literally tried to tear down the entire greenhouse glass structure to get out. I had to tackle her to the ground. I had to use all my weight to pin her down just to keep her safe. That's where that strange mark on her neck came from. The injection device went off during the struggle. I was just trying to save her life. Before I could dissect the massive contradictions in his absurd story, the sharp, rhythmic sound of dress shoes announced the arrival of Richard Vance. He glided down the hospital corridor, looking just as flawless as he had at his front door. He carried a sleek leather briefcase, his face set in a deep, heavily manufactured expression of tragedy. He walked straight up to me and gently placed a well-groomed hand on my forearm. "Oh, Arthur," Richard sighed, his voice dripping with thick, artificial sympathy. "This is an absolute tragedy for all of us. It breaks our hearts to see her like this. We've been working so hard to get Chloe the psychiatric help she desperately needs. But genius often comes with immense instability. This mental health crisis has turned the brilliant person we love into someone unrecognizable." He smoothly unzipped his expensive briefcase and reached inside. He pulled out a clear plastic evidence bag and pressed it firmly into my palm. I looked down at what I was holding. It was an empty syringe vial. The label clearly printed on it bore my daughter's name, Chloe Vance. Right below her name, in bold black letters, was a prescription for clonazepam, a potent anti-anxiety medication, alongside a complex chemical code I didn't recognize. The date was from exactly 3 weeks ago, and the signature belonged to none other than Dr. Sterling. "I wanted to show you this so you fully understand the harsh reality of the situation," Richard whispered, stepping back to stand shoulder to shoulder with his son. "We didn't want to burden you with her daily struggles. We know how much you love her, and we didn't want you to judge your only daughter for her unfortunate vulnerability. She has been secretly self-medicating with psychiatric drugs for months. Tonight was simply the inevitable, terrible breaking point. We are just incredibly grateful Julian was there to prevent her from doing something irreversible." My weathered thumb traced the edge of that plastic bag. In my mind, the heavy gears of logic were spinning, locking into place with perfect precision. The narrative they were presenting was exceptionally neat. It was packaged flawlessly. A high-pressure agricultural scientist cracks under the strain of a multi-million-dollar buyout, turning to potent hallucinogens and dangerous experimental compounds. A loving, heroic husband steps in at the absolute last second to prevent a tragic self-inflicted disaster. It was exactly the kind of dramatic story those elite Silicon Valley families love to whisper about at lavish charity dinners. It was a calculated script designed entirely to win deep sympathy for Julian and Richard, while thoroughly discrediting my daughter, painting her as an unstable risk. My eyes shifted between Richard and Julian, my cold expression giving away absolutely nothing. I silently slipped the plastic bag into my pocket, securing it deep inside my heavy coat. If they wanted to play a dangerous game with the chain of evidence, I was going to preserve every single piece of physical data they were foolish enough to hand me. "I need to see her now," I said quietly, my voice low and dangerously calm. "I need to speak with the attending physician, transfer her to another facility, and get an unbiased second opinion." Julian's relaxed posture instantly locked up. The pathetic mask of the weeping, traumatized husband vanished, replaced by the ruthless demeanor of a cold Silicon Valley financial shark. He reached into the inner pocket of his tailored suit and pulled out a thick stack of neatly folded legal documents, prominently stamped with an official blue notary seal. "That's not going to happen, Arthur," Julian said, his tone turning as unyielding as poured concrete. "I'm her legal husband, and I currently hold her full medical power of attorney. I am the only one who makes major medical decisions for her." He unfolded the fresh documents and pushed them defiantly against my chest. I glanced down at the bold heading. It was a standard spousal authorization, giving Julian absolute, uncontested authority over Chloe's physical and mental care. And at the bottom, the shaky signature was unmistakably Chloe's handwriting. Dr. Sterling and I have already thoroughly discussed the absolute best path for her long-term recovery, Julian continued, taking an uncomfortable step into my personal space to assert his sudden dominance. Chloe needs immediate, highly specialized neuropsychiatric intervention. This public hospital simply cannot provide the high-level security she needs right now. I've already arranged for an expedited private medical transport. She's being moved to the Cypress Private Neurorehabilitation Center in Carmel by the Sea tonight. You have absolutely no legal standing to stop me from moving my wife, and you know it. You're completely powerless here. The weight of those legal documents felt like a concrete wall slamming into my chest. My instincts screamed at me to grab him by the throat, rip those papers to shreds, and drag my daughter out of that hospital. My muscles tensed, and the rush of blood in my ears was deafening. I wanted to fight back. I wanted to dismantle this smug, arrogant man standing in front of me. But then I looked over his tailored shoulder. I saw the two burly security guards shifting their weight, their hands hovering near the radios at their belts. I saw Dr. Sterling watching me intently, his finger lingering near the hospital's emergency alert button. In an instant, I realized exactly what would happen if I threw a punch. If I let my righteous fury win, I would be arrested for assault. I'd be handcuffed, dragged out of the ER, and thrown into a holding cell. And Chloe would be left completely isolated, entirely defenseless against a husband and a father-in-law who had just orchestrated her rapid disappearance. They wanted me to lose control. They were practically begging for a physical confrontation so they could validate their twisted narrative. They wanted to point at me and tell the police, "Look at this violent, unstable father." I took a sharp, painful breath. I forced my clenched fists to open, extending my stiff fingers at my sides. I had to build a temporary bridge. I had to play a role I had never played in my 68 years of life. I had to become a defeated, broken old man. I purposely let my shoulders slump forward, lowering my posture to make myself look smaller and more vulnerable. I let out a long, shaky sigh, letting my chin drop toward my chest. "You're right, Julian," I said, letting my voice tremble just enough to sound completely crushed. "You're her husband. You have the legal authority. I'm just a father who got terrified by a horrible phone call. I don't know anything about modern neurology or psychiatric treatment. I just saw my little girl lying on the floor and completely lost my head." Julian relaxed instantly. That tense, defensive posture vanished, replaced by a sickening air of triumph. He slipped the legal documents back into his expensive suit, adjusting his lapels with a smooth, practiced motion. "I'm glad you're finally talking sense, Arthur," he said, his voice dripping with condescending authority. "This is a highly complex medical situation. It requires a delicate, sophisticated intervention that you simply aren't equipped to handle." Richard stepped forward, a victorious smirk playing on the edges of his perfectly trimmed beard. He reached out and patted my shoulder, his touch feeling like absolute ice through my coat. "We know this is incredibly hard to process, Arthur," he offered falsely in the sterile hallway, "but you have to understand, we are doing what is absolutely best for our family. Chloe is advanced now. We protect our own. Go home. Give your tired mind a rest. Leave the heavy lifting to us." I nodded slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the floor. "I'll step back," I whispered, forcing the words out through tight teeth. "I'll leave her recovery in your hands. Just, please, keep me informed." "Of course we will," Julian lied smoothly. "The facility will contact you once she's stable enough for visitors. Given her severe psychological state, that could take several weeks." At that exact moment, the heavy double doors of the ER slid open. Two large men in dark, unmarked private security uniforms pushed a specialized transport gurney into the area. They didn't look like standard hospital staff at all. They looked like hired security operators. Dr. Sterling met them halfway, speaking in low tones before leading them directly into the secure unit. I froze in the waiting area, my heart shattering into a million pieces as those men wheeled Chloe out. She was completely strapped to the gurney. Heavy leather restraints crossed over her chest and legs, An oxygen mask covered her pale face, and an IV line was taped to the back of her bruised hand. She looked incredibly fragile, completely lost to the heavy sedatives pumping into her veins. Julian and Richard walked briskly alongside the gurney, murmuring instructions to the private transport team. They didn't look back at me even once as they escorted my unconscious daughter through the automatic glass doors and out into the freezing Northern California night. I watched through the window as they loaded her into a sleek black transport van. There were no flashing ambulance lights, no hospital logos. It was a ghost vehicle designed to make people disappear without a trace. The doors slammed shut, the engine roared to life, and the van pulled away, vanishing into the cold darkness. I was left completely alone in the sterile, silent hospital lobby. The victory they felt must have been intoxicating. They thought they had successfully outsmarted me. They thought they had completely removed the annoying, rigid tech geek father from the equation. But they made a massive miscalculation. They forgot that I spent my entire career finding hidden vulnerabilities in massive, complex system architectures. They handed me a blueprint built entirely on a lie, and now I was going to systematically tear it down piece by piece. I walked out to my SUV, my boots crunching heavily on the frosted pavement. The drive back to my empty house was a blur of streetlights and shadows. The silence inside the truck cabin was deafening, pressing against my eardrums. My mind was a whirlwind of disturbing images. The puncture marks on Chloe's neck, Richard's impeccable clothing at 2:30 a.m., Julian's dry, theatrical sobbing, and the rapid, highly coordinated arrival of that unmarked transport van. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a gray dawn over the quiet Palo Alto neighborhood. I unlocked the front door and stepped into the suffocating stillness of my home. The air felt incredibly heavy. Like a mechanical autopilot, I walked straight into the kitchen. I filled the coffee maker with water, scooped coffee grounds into the filter, and hit the power switch. The familiar rhythmic dripping of the machine was the only sound in the house. I leaned heavily against the kitchen counter, rubbing my exhausted eyes with my palms. My gaze slowly drifted across the room, eventually landing on the wooden mantelpiece above the fireplace in the adjoining living room. Right in the center sat a silver-framed photograph from the day Chloe earned her Ph.D. from Stanford. She was standing between me and Eleanor, beaming with pride in her academic robes. I walked over to the fireplace and picked up the heavy silver frame. I stared into her bright, intelligent eyes. I remembered the day she graduated. I remembered the celebratory dinner we had at an expensive French restaurant in San Francisco. I remembered her laughing as she raised a glass to toast her achievement. And then, like a piece of fatal malicious code injected directly into my brain, a blinding logical contradiction hit me. The impact of the realization was so physical that I actually took a step back, dropping the framed photograph onto the carpet. Julian had stood in that hospital hallway and given me a highly detailed story. He had looked me dead in the eye and claimed that Chloe had been secretly compounding dangerous synthetic mixtures in her lab cabinets, even using a lethal neuroinhibitor compound as a way to cope with stress. That was the core foundation of his entire breakdown narrative. But Chloe has an incredibly rare and fatal genetic allergy to benzodiazepines, the primary component in the medical vial Richard had pressed into my hand. The memory hit me with crystal clear precision. When she was 18, before a minor surgery to remove her wisdom teeth, a doctor had given her a small dose of a sedative. In less than 10 minutes, her airway began to close. She broke out in severe hives, and we had to rush her to the emergency room for an emergency epinephrine injection. The doctors told her that ingesting even a microscopic dose of that class of medication could trigger fatal anaphylactic shock. Chloe knew this better than anyone. She was a brilliant scientist, and her understanding of pharmacology and chemistry was unparalleled. For 14 years, she had never touched any medication containing this ingredient, and she was extremely cautious, even with common sleeping pills. Under no circumstances would she willingly ingest a benzodiazepine like clonazepam, let alone inject it mixed with agricultural chemicals. That mixture would have killed her before the hallucinogenic effects could even begin. The story was a complete fabrication. The erratic behavior, the staged breakdown, the panic attack, it was all a carefully orchestrated performance. And that injection mark on her neck, it wasn't an accidental scratch from a husband trying to calm his wife. It was the mark of forced restraint. They held her down. They forced that chemical sedative into her system to silence her. My breathing became shallow, my chest heaving, as the horrific truth locked into place. My daughter hadn't lost her mind. She had been attacked in her own lab. She was poisoned by the people who were supposed to protect her. And now they had her, locked away in a high-security neurorehabilitation facility where no one could hear her screams. I stood alone in the quiet living room. The early morning sun was slowly crawling across the floor. The grief and confusion that had shrouded my brain completely evaporated. It was replaced by a cold, calculated, and terrifyingly precise clarity. Julian and Richard Vance thought they had won. They thought they had safely disposed of the problem. They thought I was just an ignorant, exhausted old man who didn't understand the complexity of the situation and would quietly recede into the background. They were dead wrong. I am a system architect, but I also know exactly how to make a system crash. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the plastic evidence bag Richard had given me. I clenched it tightly in my fist until the plastic cracked. They wanted a war in the shadows. They were about to get one. I walked to the hallway closet and grabbed my heavy windbreaker again. I wasn't going to sit around waiting for some damn medical update. I was going to find out exactly why they tried to murder my little girl. I draped the coat over my shoulders, but my hand paused on the brass doorknob. Rushing blindly into the cold night without a system blueprint was a rookie mistake. A good network engineer never launches a traceback until they've analyzed the packet flow. Julian and Richard were playing a high-stakes game, protected by their vast wealth and private security network. If I were to charge at the electronic gates of that rehabilitation center now, they would arrest me for trespassing, and I would lose my only chance to save my daughter. I needed leverage. I needed to understand the core payload logic of their scam. I turned around and walked down the dimly lit hallway to my private study. This cold room was lined with oak bookshelves and filing cabinets containing decades of top-secret project contracts and code backups. I walked straight to the corner of the room and knelt on the worn carpet. I lifted a heavy wool rug to reveal a solid-state drive, safe embedded in the floor. I had installed it myself 20 years ago, with a military-grade Faraday cage casing that could never be penetrated by external electromagnetic pulses or hackers. I spun the cold metal dial, the rhythmic metallic clicks settling my racing mind. Right 34, left 12, right 58. The heavy bolt slid open with a satisfying, decisive thud. I reached into the safe's dark void, past old property deeds, retirement portfolios, and declassified Defense Department documents. My calloused fingers brushed against a thick, sealed, waterproof and fireproof document pouch. I pulled it out and set it on the mahogany desk. My hands trembled slightly as I untied the closure. Inside were the meticulously detailed intellectual property and trust documents my late wife, Eleanor, had put together before she left us. Eleanor was a brilliant woman. She had keenly perceived the potential of Chloe's research, and she had deliberately isolated the intellectual property for that research from any of the Vance family's businesses. She always said that a technology that changes the world could either be a cornerstone for good or a heavy anchor that destroys the holder, depending on their maturity. Before she passed, she established an ironclad trust for Chloe that not only contained substantial cash, but most importantly, tied up the sole ownership of that drought-resistant crop patent. This trust was fiercely protected by Elena, a ruthless corporate intellectual property attorney, and it was designed with a very specific, unwavering condition. I spread those aged, crisp legal documents across my desk, running my index finger down the dense legal jargon. I stopped on the last page, staring at the prominent clauses next to Eleanor's elegant signature. The valuation of this patent had grown exponentially in the past few years, as global climate change and agricultural crises intensified. Currently, AgriCorp, a global agtech giant, was poised to finalize a complete buyout of the patent for $50 million in cash. I moved my finger to the access terms. Chloe was the sole beneficiary and intellectual property holder, but the trust was legally locked until she turned 34. Until then, no major sale or transfer of the patent could take effect. I looked up, staring blankly at the dark window across the study. My heart began to beat. In a slow, ominous rhythm, I calculated the exact date. Chloe had just celebrated her 34th birthday exactly 14 days ago. This was absolutely not a coincidence in terms of timing. In my industry, there are no coincidences. When a server crashes on the same day that traffic is redirected, you know exactly who modified the routing protocols. For 3 years of marriage, Julian had played the loyal, supportive husband. He had never displayed this level of erratic, controlling behavior. But now, exactly 2 weeks after my daughter suddenly gained absolute control of $50 million in liquid assets, she was mysteriously poisoned, severely traumatized, and locked away in a private mental institution, with her husband holding absolute, uncontested medical control over her life. Julian didn't want to heal my daughter at all. He wanted to declare her mentally unsound. If Chloe were legally deemed incapacitated, her husband, with his full medical power of attorney, could petition the court for emergency financial conservatorship. He could seize total control of the $50 million patent buyout, claiming it was necessary to pay for her long-term expensive professional psychiatric treatment. The perfect, incredibly plausible lie about her chemical addiction and breakdown was the exact evidentiary foundation he needed for his petition to a judge. He wanted to steal her life's work and fortune, and he was not only willing to, but had already committed medical torture against her to achieve it. I slumped back in my leather office chair, a chill washing over me as the breathtaking evil of their plan sank in. I needed to warn Elena. I needed to immediately freeze the trust and the patent transfer process before Julian filed the conservatorship paperwork. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out my phone. The bright screen illuminated the dark study. As I unlocked the device to search for Elena's contact information, a glaring little red notification icon caught my attention. It was the alert indicator for the family's private cloud server. The icon showed a single unread encrypted voice message. I frowned and clicked on the screen. I had set up a protocol where Chloe could use a concealed hotkey in the event of a true emergency to bypass all regular communication networks and send a recording directly to this offline private server. I glanced at the details of the missed message. It was from Chloe. The timestamp showed it was left 3 days ago, exactly when I was in the garage workshop, running a loud power saw, doing some woodworking on Tuesday afternoon. I had completely missed it. I held the phone tightly to my ear, my breath catching in my throat as the automated voice announced the date and time. Then a sharp burst of static hissed from the speaker, followed by Chloe's voice. She didn't sound slurred or sedated like she did tonight. She sounded sharp, alert, and undeniably terrified. She was whispering rapidly, and I could hear the click of a door being locked in the background. "Dad, it's me," she whispered, her voice trembling with raw, unfiltered panic. "As soon as you hear this, you have to call me back immediately. Absolutely do not text. Call. There's something terribly wrong with Julian. He's been locking himself in his home office for days, screaming at people on the phone about margin calls, liquidity crises, and offshore crypto assets being wiped out. I hacked into his briefcase tablet and found some bank statements. Dad, I think he's completely broke. His venture fund, Apex Ventures, is a massive Ponzi scheme, and he's been forging my signature to apply for short-term bridge loans." She paused, taking a ragged, shaky breath. I could feel the sheer terror cutting through the tiny speaker. This morning he demanded I transfer patent ownership into a joint corporate account. He said it was for a temporary tax restructuring, but his eyes, they were so cold. When I told him I needed to consult Elena first, he completely snapped. He smashed glass against the wall. I've never seen him like this. I told him I was calling my lawyer to file for separation of property. Dad, you need to find Mom's original trust documents from your safe. I have to prove that patent belongs solely to me. Dad, please, I'm scared to be in this house with him right now. Richard is here too, and the way they're looking at me is wrong. Call me. The voicemail ended with a sharp beep. I slowly lowered my phone, placing it on top of the $50 million trust document. The entire puzzle was now complete. Every jagged piece fit together perfectly. Chloe had discovered the truth about Julian's financial collapse. She refused to hand over her patent, and she threatened him with divorce and exposure. Julian was backed into a corner, facing absolute bankruptcy, astronomical debt, and the devastating loss of his social standing as a Silicon Valley elite. He couldn't convince her to willingly sign over the transfer, so he and his cold, calculating politician father turned to their horrific backup plan. They decided to silence her. They attacked her with neurotoxins, staged a mental breakdown, and sent her away to rot in a private facility, paving the way for a complete takeover of all her assets. My daughter was a financial hostage. I stared at the glowing screen of my phone, the raw, violent anger inside me transforming into something entirely different. It became a cold, methodical, and precisely calculated fury. I wasn't just going to react. I wasn't going to play right into their hands by throwing punches and getting myself arrested. That's exactly what they wanted. They wanted the legally illiterate, hot-tempered old father-in-law to cause a scene. Instead, I was going to do what I had done my entire career. I was going to map their network topology, assemble my red team, and systematically hack their entire life. I was going to strip away their flawless, opulent facade down to the bone, and then I was going to rescue my daughter from the ruins. I picked up my phone and scrolled right past Elena's name. Yes, I needed a lawyer, but first I needed a data demolition expert. I needed someone who knew how to operate in the dark web and the digital shadows, moving outside the polite, constrained boundaries of the law. I dialed a number I hadn't called in over 5 years. After 3 rings, a gruff, exhausted voice finally picked up the line. "Marcus, it's Arthur," I said, keeping my voice steady in the dark study. "I need your help. I have a 0-day system crash, and I need a ghost who knows how to retrieve data from the wreckage." The gruff voice chuckled. "Tell me time and place, Arthur." I told him where to meet me later that night and hung up the phone. Marcus was a former NSA intelligence analyst turned private investigator and fixer. We had fought together years ago when a corrupt defense subcontractor tried to frame my team with malicious backdoor software. He knew how to dig up the dirt buried beneath corporate shell companies and encrypted crypto wallets. But before I let the beast that is Marcus loose on Julian and Richard, I needed to walk into the belly of the beast myself and see their panic firsthand. At 9 o'clock the next morning, I pulled a thick paper file of Chloe's childhood medical records from my filing cabinet. This was the perfect cover for a surprise visit. I drove to downtown San Francisco, to a soaring glass skyscraper that housed Apex Ventures, Julian's high-profile venture capital firm. The building was an architectural marvel, designed to project an image of absolute transparency and immense wealth. I knew better. The server rooms with the most glass usually have the darkest back-end logs. I took the elevator to the 42nd floor. The Apex reception area was intimidating. The floors were polished black marble, and the walls were embedded with massive digital tickers. An impeccably dressed receptionist sat behind a monolithic desk. I approached her, letting my shoulders slump, perfectly playing the part of a tired, grieving father. "Excuse me, miss," I said, letting my voice sound slightly raspy. "I'm Arthur Pendleton, Julian's father-in-law. I don't have an appointment, but I've brought some urgent medical records for my daughter Chloe. Julian needs these documents for the clinic she was admitted to last night. Could you please let him know I'm here?" The receptionist looked up, her expression immediately softening into sympathy. "Oh, Mr. Pendleton, I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter. Mr. Vance has been devastated all morning. He instructed us to intercept all calls, but given this is a medical emergency, I'll tell him you're here. Please wait in the hallway just outside Mr. Vance's office suite. It's to the right at the end of the corridor." She pointed down a quiet hallway. I thanked her and walked slowly in the direction she indicated. The plush carpeting absorbed my footsteps. As I approached the mahogany doors, I noticed one of them wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap of less than an inch. I froze. I didn't sit in the waiting chairs. Instead, I moved closer to the narrow opening, pressing my back flat against the wall, holding my breath. Inside the office, Julian wasn't crying for his sick wife. He was screaming. "I don't care what you have to tell the auditors," Julian hissed, his tone trembling with frantic energy. "You transfer that funding by end of day today. If those crypto margin calls show up on my desk tomorrow morning, we are finished. Do you understand me? Bury the deficit. Hide it under those Cayman shell accounts we set up. Just buy me 72 hours." A heavy object shattered against something hard, likely an expensive crystal ashtray being smashed. "Don't tell me it's impossible!" Julian roared, completely dropping his smooth demeanor. "The seizure notices were sent to my personal inbox. If the board finds out I've been commingling client funds to cover my own catastrophic losses in the FTX collapse, I'm going to federal prison for life. You have to stall them until Friday." My chest tightened. The words directly confirmed Chloe's panicked voicemail. Julian was out tens of millions, and his life was crashing down. Immediately, a second voice cut through the tension. It was sharp, venomous, and chillingly calm. It was Richard Vance. "Control yourself, Julian," he snapped, his tone dripping with pure condescension. "Screaming at the help solves nothing. You are acting like a frightened child. We have a foolproof plan, and you are sabotaging it with your panic." I peered through the gap. Richard was pacing across the luxurious office. He looked like a predator circling a cage. "The money is there," Richard continued, his voice dropping to an authoritative whisper. "Chloe's patent acquisition hits on Friday. $50 million, untraceable liquid cash. It's enough to cover your deficit, pay off the mortgage on the estate, and silence the federal auditors before they even start. All we need is for the judge to sign the emergency medical financial conservatorship papers Friday morning." "I can't take this waiting," Julian moaned, sounding like a man on the verge of a total psychological collapse. "What if the clinic asks questions? What if that eccentric father of hers starts digging around?" Richard scoffed. "Her father is an ignorant fossil. He was practically sobbing in the hospital waiting room. He believes every word we told him. As for the recovery center, I have a hidden 40% stake in that facility. The staff knows exactly who pays their substantial salaries. They won't ask a single question. Just keep the girl sedated until Friday. Once the judge grants you absolute legal guardianship, we sign the patent transfer on her behalf, secure the funding, and wash our hands of this entire mess. If her brain turns to mush from the sedatives, it only further proves our tragic mental breakdown narrative was correct." My blood turned to absolute ice. They were casually discussing permanently destroying my daughter's mind just to cover up their financial crimes. They intended to turn her into an institutionalized vegetable. I felt an explosive rage rise in my throat. I wanted to kick that mahogany door down and silence his pathetic voice forever, but violence would lose the game. I had to destroy them legally and digitally. Suddenly, a leather chair squeaked. Footsteps moved toward the door. I backed up quickly, deliberately dropping the heavy manila file I was holding onto the floor. The door swung open. Julian stood in the entrance, his face flushed and sweating. He froze the moment he saw me on the floor, picking up the scattered papers. Pure, unfiltered terror flashed across his face. He stopped breathing, trying to calculate exactly how much I had heard. I looked up at him, molding my expression into gentle confusion and deep exhaustion. "Oh, Julian," I sighed, forcing my hands to tremble as I gathered the papers. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. The receptionist told me to wait outside, but I clumsy-fingered the file everywhere. I hope I didn't interrupt your business meeting." Julian searched my weathered face, looking for any sign of deception. He found nothing but the broken facade of a grieving father. His panic dissolved. The mask of arrogance instantly slid back into place. He adjusted his tie and forced a fake smile. "Arthur," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth, "you didn't interrupt anything. Just some routine market volatility meetings. Come in. Come in." I gripped the medical records and slowly stood up. I played the fool, but inside, the fire burned hotter than a furnace. I knew the truth. This was a sophisticated financial kidnapping, and I needed professional backup to burn their entire empire to the ground. The old diner smelled heavily of deep-roasted coffee and greasy fried bacon. It was a loud, wonderfully chaotic place, right off the busy interstate. I sat in a back corner booth with sticky vinyl cushions, slowly sipping black coffee. Sitting opposite me were my friend Marcus and Elena, the lawyer. Marcus had a gray, scruffy beard and eyes that never stopped scanning the room, analyzing every customer. He spent 15 years in signals intelligence for the NSA before starting his own private intelligence firm. Sitting next to him was Elena, Eleanor's hand-picked IP attorney. Elena was a shark in a tailored suit, a woman who navigated corporate courtrooms with a cold, ruthless efficiency. I laid the entire situation out. I told them about the fabricated narrative, the fatal allergy discrepancy, the fake suicide attempt, and the $50 million patent acquisition. I told them how I watched private security push my sedated daughter into a ghost transport van. Elena stared at the table. If Julian holds medical proxy, and Chloe signed it when she was lucid, even previously, we are legally blocked on conventional avenues. Elena explained, if we call the police for a welfare check, Julian's lawyers will immediately file a restraining order against you. He'll claim he's making difficult medical decisions for a spouse suffering from severe mental illness. The police will not intervene in a private medical dispute. The current law perfectly protects him on the surface. Marcus nodded. Elena's right, Arthur. Hard impact on this, and Julian's team will paint you as a deranged, aggressive old man. They have Chloe in a legal fortress. They can hold her in that facility, keep her drugged, and wait for the financial conservatorship to be finalized on Friday morning through an expedited proceeding. We cannot hit them head on. We have to hack their back door. I need you to freeze that patent transfer process, Elena, I said, leaning over the table. You have to put an ironclad lock on that transaction, so tight that Julian can't pull out a single dollar. I can file for an injunction based on coercion, Elena replied, but I won't be able to get that before the court opens on Friday morning. If I show our hand too early, Julian's legal team will file a countersuit, dragging this into a lengthy court battle, while Chloe remains in their hands. We need hard, undeniable evidence of his severe financial distress to prove his motivation for the conservatorship is fraudulent, which would completely void his medical proxy. That's exactly where I come in, Marcus said. I'll dig deep into Julian's offshore accounts and corporate shell games. By Friday morning, I'll have a report proving he is completely bankrupt and a fraud. But Arthur, we have a major physical problem. We don't know where they took Chloe. The Cyprus Private Neurorehabilitation Center is a corporate umbrella structure with over a dozen hidden facilities across the state. We have to find her physical location before Friday, or Julian might move her and keep her hidden forever. I looked at these two people who were risking their careers to help my family. You two handle the money and the legal paperwork, I stated quietly. I will find my daughter. But first, I need to make them think they've won the game. I stepped out of the warm diner and climbed into the cold cabin of my heavy SUV. The freezing air stung my lungs. I pulled out my phone and dialed Julian's private number. I carefully cleared my throat and forced my voice to drop an octave. I needed to sound weak, broken, and completely defeated. After 2 rings, Julian answered. Arthur, he said, his voice projecting a completely false, incredibly soothing warmth. How are you holding up on this terrible morning? I'm not doing well, Julian, I said raspy, letting a heavy, trembling sigh escape my lips. The cold is making my arthritis flare up badly, and my heart is completely broken. Sitting in this empty house looking at Chloe's photos is driving me crazy. I can't stop picturing her on a hospital bed. I just feel like a completely useless old man. I could practically hear the arrogant smirk on Julian's face through the phone. You've suffered a massive shock, Arthur. It's completely understandable that you feel overwhelmed. Right now, you need to focus on your own health. We have everything under control here. Chloe is receiving the absolute best care. I know, I whispered, sounding thoroughly crushed. That's why I'm calling. I can't stay in this house right now. I need to get away from everything. I'm packing up my truck and driving up to my old fishing cabin in the deep woods of Oregon. It's completely isolated. No cell service, no internet, just the woods and quiet. I need to spend at least a month up there to process this grief. I just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry when my phone goes straight to voicemail. Julian couldn't hide the profound sense of relief in his voice. He sounded like a man who had just won the lottery. I think that's an excellent idea, Arthur. You absolutely need to disconnect to find your peace. Don't worry about anything here. Take a month. Take 2 months if you need to. I'll handle the clinic and the doctors. You just focus on resting your tired body. Safe travels, Arthur. He ended the call quickly, eager to celebrate his perceived victory. He believed he had successfully eliminated the final threat. He thought I was driving 5 hours north to cry by a frozen lake. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat and started the engine. I didn't drive north to Oregon. Instead, I drove straight into the industrial district on the edge of the city. I stopped at a large commercial hardware supplier that specialized in equipment for professional electronic engineers. I moved through the aisles with cold, mechanical efficiency. Using crisp $100 bills, I purchased a cheap, untraceable prepaid burner phone. I bought a high-definition fiber optic borescope camera with a 50-foot flexible cable, typically used for inspecting damaged ventilation shafts deep inside buildings. I picked up a set of directional parabolic microphones, heavy-duty bolt cutters, an advanced electronic lock decoder, and a tactical crowbar designed to force open reinforced steel doors. I also grabbed a miniature Raspberry Pi module for signal hijacking. I packed all the gear into a black canvas duffel bag. I drove back toward the wealthy suburbs of Napa Valley, exactly 1 mile away from the towering iron gates of the Vance estate. There was a run-down roadside motel. The neon sign was missing half its letters. I walked into the dim lobby and rented a room at the very back of the property, away from the main road. I threw the canvas bag onto the patterned bedspread. The room smelled heavily of stale cigarette smoke and bleach. I pulled the thick blackout curtains shut, plunging the space into absolute darkness. I opened the toolkit and neatly arranged the fiber optic cables, microphones, and hacking modules on the mattress. I picked up the burner phone, dialed Marcus's secure number, and gave him my new contact information. Julian and Richard believed they were dealing with an ignorant, grieving old man who had surrendered and run away to hide in the woods. They had no idea they had just invited a top system penetration expert right inside their firewall. The mask was off, and the real hunt had officially begun. I waited in the suffocating darkness of the motel room until the digital clock on the nightstand flashed 2000 hours. Tonight, Julian and Richard were attending an annual high-tech agricultural summit dinner in San Francisco. It was a high-profile, black-tie event. They would be smiling for cameras, shaking hands with wealthy investors, and playing the roles of tired, grieving family members devastated by my daughter's sudden, tragic lab accident and breakdown. The hypocrisy was sickening, but their arrogance gave me the exact window of opportunity I needed. I changed into dark tactical clothing and pulled a black beanie low over my brow. Slinging the canvas duffel bag across my chest, I slipped out the back door of the motel. I didn't drive my SUV. I walked the single mile to the Vance estate, staying strictly within the shadow of the tree line. The freezing wind bit at my face, but the cold kept my mind razor sharp. I reached the towering wrought iron gates, bypassed them entirely, and moved toward the eastern perimeter wall. I knew the security system of this property inside out, not because I built it, but because 3 years ago, Julian had bragged to me about his newly installed, military-grade smart security network. Any system connected to the Internet of Things has a vulnerability. I scaled the stone wall and dropped noiselessly onto the frosted lawn. The mansion loomed ahead like a dark fortress. Moving quickly to the utility access panel, concealed behind a cluster of evergreen bushes, I pulled out the Raspberry Pi signal hijacking module and patched it directly into the Ethernet port for the perimeter alarms. After running a few lines of code, I fed a spoofing signal into the system's hub, making it believe everything was normal while freezing the camera loops. The house was now completely blind and deaf. Using the tactical crowbar to apply gentle pressure alongside the decoder, I bypassed the smart lock on the heavy oak service door. With a barely audible click, I stepped inside the kitchen, closing the door behind me. The silence inside the massive house was absolute. I didn't turn on a flashlight. I relied entirely on the ambient moonlight filtering through the tall glass windows and the architectural floor plan I had mapped out in my mind. I moved like a ghost through the opulent rooms. I wasn't here to destroy things. I was here to harvest data. I made my way first to Richard's private study, a luxurious room adorned with expensive silk drapes and antique furniture. Setting my bag on the floor, I pulled out the first miniature camera. It was no larger than a coat button, equipped with infrared night vision and an extended battery pack. Stepping onto a sturdy velvet chair, I carefully unscrewed the metal grill of the overhead HVAC vent. I planted the tiny lens inside the ductwork, angling it to look down over the entire room. I screwed the grill back into place and wiped away my fingerprints with a microfiber cloth. Richard would never think to look inside a ventilation shaft for a network eye. Next, I slipped silently down the hallway to Julian's home office. This was the true belly of the beast, smelling of expensive cologne and old leather. Repeating the process, I slid the second miniature camera into the ceiling vent, directly above his massive mahogany desk. Now I could see every document he signed and hear every call he made, but audio and video were only half the battle. I needed hard, undeniable financial evidence to prove to a judge that Julian was entirely bankrupt and unfit to control my daughter's wealth. I hopped down from the vent and moved behind his desk. Julian was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. His high-end desktop computer was locked down with complex biometric encryption. However, I didn't need to log into his operating system to steal his secrets. I unzipped my bag and pulled out a specialized industrial-grade USB physical cloning drive. Marcus had given it to me, designed to completely bypass software layers and mirror raw data directly from the hard drive's motherboard. I inserted the device into a hidden port at the back of the computer tower. A faint, pulsing blue light illuminated the dark corner of the office. The digital readout on the cloner indicated the extraction would take exactly 4 minutes. I stood in the darkness, watching the progress bar crawl across the tiny screen. 10%, 20%. The silence in the massive house was deafening. Every little creak of the old structure settling sounded like a gunshot to my ears. I kept my eyes fixed on that faint blue light, counting down the seconds in my mind. 50%, 70%. Almost there. I was seconds away from holding the digital blueprint that would dismantle Julian's lies completely. 90%. The device let out a faint hum, and then a sharp, metallic click echoed through the empty house. It came from the front foyer. The deadbolt was turning. My blood turned to absolute ice. I glanced at my watch. It was only 9:30 p.m. Julian and Richard weren't supposed to be back until midnight. A heavy sigh echoed down the hallway. It was Richard. He must have grown bored of the charity dinner and decided to head home early. The front door creaked open, and the heavy thud of his dress shoes began to echo against the marble floor, moving steadily toward the office. 98%. I stared at the cloning device, my chest tightening with panic. I couldn't yank the drive early or the data would corrupt, ruining the entire mission. The footsteps grew louder. He was in the adjoining hallway, only yards away. 100%. The little screen flashed a bright green. I ripped the USB drive from the slot, tucked it into my pocket, and grabbed my duffel bag. I couldn't retreat through the kitchen. Richard was already blocking the primary exit route. I turned to the massive floor-to-ceiling window behind Julian's desk. Outside, a web of industrial steel scaffolding had been erected for recent roof repairs. I quietly unlatched the brass window lock and slid the glass pane upward, just as the handle to the office door began to turn. Slipping backward out of the opening, I landed on the steel platform. I pulled the window shut, leaving it cracked just a hairline, right as Richard flicked on the overhead lights. Pressing my body flat against the freezing metal framework of the scaffolding, I held my breath and watched his silhouette move against the drapes. I had the stolen data. The hidden cameras were invisible, and their arrogant facade was about to be permanently shattered. Holding my breath against the metal grates, I watched Richard pace back and forth through the thin gap in the window, muttering angrily to himself about Julian's incompetence. He had no idea I was hovering just inches away in the dark. I waited until he finally flicked off the lights and his footsteps faded down the long corridor. The moment the heavy mahogany door clicked shut, I began my descent. Climbing down 3 stories of steel scaffolding in pitch darkness was daunting, but my hands remembered the rhythm. I slipped into the gardens, vanished into the tree line, and walked the mile back to my motel room. The stolen data drive felt like a burning coal in my pocket. I plugged it into my laptop, verified the files were intact, and sent the raw data through an encrypted channel directly to Marcus and Elena. The financial trap was set. Now I needed to focus on extracting my daughter from their medical prison. The next morning I met Marcus at a corner table in a diner 3 towns over from the Vance estate. Marcus slid into the booth and pulled a thick folder from his leather jacket, his weathered face lined with exhaustion. He had spent the night conducting external reconnaissance on the Cyprus Private Neuro Rehabilitation Center, and his report confirmed my worst fears. "It's an absolute fortress, Arthur," Marcus explained in a low whisper. "It sits on 40 acres of private woodland, surrounded by a 12-foot brick perimeter wall, topped with vibration sensors. The front gates are guarded by armed security, and every entrance requires a biometric keycard. It's designed entirely like a high-end prison. They don't want anyone getting in, and they definitely don't want anyone getting out." Elena arrived a few minutes later, sliding into the booth. She slapped a stack of printed financial records onto the table. "It's much worse than just a medical facility," Ilana said, pointing to highlighted text. "I spent the night tracing the ownership structure of Cyprus. It's buried under 3 Delaware shell corporations, but I found the primary stakeholder. Richard Vance owns a 40% controlling interest in that facility through an offshore trust." My stomach sank like lead as the scale of their deception became fully clear. Richard hadn't just sent Chloe to a random clinic for help. He had locked her away in his own private black site. It was an exclusive dumping ground for wealthy families to make troublesome relatives disappear without public scandal. With his 40% ownership, Richard could dictate who was hired, what drugs were administered, and who was permitted to visit. He controlled the narrative completely. I pulled a worn notebook from my pocket, my mind shifting from anger to system architecture. If a firewall is impenetrable from the front, you don't attack the main gateway. You look for the blind spot in the port forwarding. I drove to the county records office, posing as an independent network contractor checking utility lines. In less than 2 hours, I secured a full set of architectural blueprints and utility layouts for the Cyprus facility. I spread the blue sheets across my motel bed, tracing the complex network of corridors, checkpoints, and utility shafts. I spotted the flaw almost immediately. The clinic had recently upgraded their entire digital security perimeter, but when they updated the camera firmware, they overlooked a blind spot at a lower service entrance used for the industrial laundry facility. The heavy steel door sat in a sunken stairwell shielded by a retaining wall, falling exactly 3 degrees outside the scanning arc of the nearest security camera. It was a microscopic vulnerability in digital defense, but to someone who knew how to calculate network lag and fields of view, it was an open door. However, getting inside was only half the battle. I needed an internal asset to reach Chloe. Marcus utilized his extensive network of local contacts to find our opening. Her name was Brenda. She was a night shift nurse in the secure psychiatric ward at Cyprus, buried under massive debt from her mother's medical bills and harboring a deep resentment toward the wealthy clinic management. Late that night, Marcus intercepted Brenda in the dim parking lot of a discount grocery store. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. He handed her a thick brown envelope containing exactly $20,000 in unmarked $100 bills. The instructions were simple but incredibly dangerous. She was to draw a clean, untainted blood sample from Chloe before the clinic doctors could contaminate her system further. More importantly, she was to smuggle an untraceable burner phone into Chloe's secure room, hiding it inside the lining of her mattress. The phone was pre-programmed with only my secure number. If Chloe woke up, she would have an invisible lifeline directly to the outside world. Brenda looked at the cash in shock, then nodded her agreement in silence. The wait was absolute torture. I sat in the darkness of my motel room, staring at the glowing screen of my prepaid phone. Every minute that passed felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest. My mind wandered through the dark corridors of the clinic, imagining Brenda slipping past the security stations with the hidden equipment. Just after 3 a.m., the phone buzzed against the cheap wooden nightstand. An encrypted text message popped up on the screen. It was an image file. I clicked the message open and my breath caught painfully in my throat. The dimly lit photograph showed the interior of a sterile, padded psychiatric isolation room. In the center of the frame, my beautiful daughter was trapped on a narrow hospital bed. Heavy leather restraints were crossed over her chest and legs, binding her wrists and ankles tightly to the metal rails. Her skin had a terrifyingly translucent, pale quality, making her look like a ghost fading into the mattress. Her eyes were rolled back, completely lost to the heavy sedatives pumping into her veins. The horrific swelling from the forced injection that night was clearly visible under the harsh fluorescent lights. I stared at the image of my incapacitated child. The role of the defeated old man burned away entirely, leaving nothing but cold, terrifying ash. A profound, deadly silence settled over my mind. I didn't shout. I didn't smash anything. The grief vanished, replaced by a ruthless, mechanical fury that felt heavier than poured concrete. Julian and Richard Vance thought they had won this complex game of chess. They believed they could lock my daughter in a cage, steal her life's work, and walk away without a single consequence. I closed the phone and picked up my tactical crowbar, feeling the cold weight of the hardened steel in my hand. The time for gathering evidence was coming to an end. The massive fraud they had built on a fragile foundation was about to be systematically reduced to absolute ruin. Before the sun even broke the horizon, I left the suffocating motel room. Carrying my canvas duffel bag and the cloned USB drive, I drove straight to an abandoned warehouse on the industrial edge of the city. Marcus had secured an empty second-floor office space, transforming it into a secure, air-gapped tactical command post. I stood in the darkness, watching the progress bar crawl across the tiny screen. 10%, 20%. The silence in the massive house was deafening. Every little creak of the old structure settling sounded like a gunshot to my ears. I kept my eyes fixed on that faint blue light, counting down the seconds in my mind. 50%? 70%? Almost there. I was seconds away from holding the digital blueprint that would dismantle Julian's lies completely. 90%. The device let out a faint hum, and then a sharp, metallic click echoed through the empty house. It came from the front foyer. The deadbolt was turning. My blood turned to absolute ice. I glanced at my watch. It was only 9:30 p.m. Julian and Richard weren't supposed to be back until midnight. A heavy sigh echoed down the hallway. It was Richard. He must have grown bored of the charity dinner and decided to head home early. The front door creaked open, and the heavy thud of his dress shoes began to echo against the marble floor, moving steadily toward the office. 98%. I stared at the cloning device, my chest tightening with panic. I couldn't yank the drive early or the data would corrupt, ruining the entire mission. The footsteps grew louder. He was in the adjoining hallway, only yards away. 100%. The little screen flashed a bright green. I ripped the USB drive from the slot, tucked it into my pocket, and grabbed my duffel bag. I couldn't retreat through the kitchen. Richard was already blocking the primary exit route. I turned to the massive floor-to-ceiling window behind Julian's desk. Outside, a web of industrial steel scaffolding had been erected for recent roof repairs. I quietly unlatched the brass window lock and slid the glass pane upward, just as the handle to the office door began to turn. Slipping backward out of the opening, I landed on the steel platform. I pulled the window shut, leaving it cracked just a hairline, right as Richard flicked on the overhead lights. Pressing my body flat against the freezing metal framework of the scaffolding, I held my breath and watched his silhouette move against the drapes. I had the stolen data, The hidden cameras were invisible, and their arrogant facade was about to be permanently shattered. Holding my breath against the metal grates, I watched Richard pace back and forth through the thin gap in the window, muttering angrily to himself about Julian's incompetence. He had no idea I was hovering just inches away in the dark. I waited until he finally flicked off the lights and his footsteps faded down the long corridor. The moment the heavy mahogany door clicked shut, I began my descent. Climbing down 3 stories of steel scaffolding in pitch darkness was daunting, but my hands remembered the rhythm. I slipped into the gardens, vanished into the tree line, and walked the mile back to my motel room. The stolen data drive felt like a burning coal in my pocket. I plugged it into my laptop, verified the files were intact, and sent the raw data through an encrypted channel directly to Marcus and Elena. The financial trap was set. Now I needed to focus on extracting my daughter from their medical prison. The next morning I met Marcus at a corner table in a diner, 3 towns over from the Vance estate. Marcus slid into the booth and pulled a thick folder from his leather jacket, his weathered face lined with exhaustion. He had spent the night conducting external reconnaissance on the Cyprus Private Neuro-Rehabilitation Center, and his report confirmed my worst fears. "It's an absolute fortress, Arthur," Marcus explained in a low whisper. "It sits on 40 acres of private woodland, surrounded by a 12-foot brick perimeter wall, topped with vibration sensors. The front gates are guarded by armed security, and every entrance requires a biometric keycard. It's designed entirely like a high-end prison. They don't want anyone getting in, and they definitely don't want anyone getting out." Elena arrived a few minutes later, sliding into the booth. She slapped a stack of printed financial records onto the table. "It's much worse than just a medical facility," Elena said, pointing to highlighted text. "I spent the night tracing the ownership structure of Cyprus. It's buried under 3 Delaware shell corporations. But I found the primary stakeholder. Richard Vance owns a 40% controlling interest in that facility through an offshore trust." My stomach sank like lead as the scale of their deception became fully clear. Richard hadn't just sent Chloe to a random clinic for help. He had locked her away in his own private black site. It was an exclusive dumping ground for wealthy families to make troublesome relatives disappear without public scandal. With his 40% ownership, Richard could dictate who was hired, what drugs were administered, and who was permitted to visit. He controlled the narrative completely. I pulled a worn notebook from my pocket, my mind shifting from anger to system architecture. If a firewall is impenetrable from the front, you don't attack the main gateway. You look for the blind spot in the port forwarding. I drove to the county records office, posing as an independent network contractor checking utility lines. In less than 2 hours, I secured a full set of architectural blueprints and utility layouts for the Cyprus facility. I spread the blue sheets across my motel bed, tracing the complex network of corridors, checkpoints, and utility shafts. I spotted the flaw almost immediately. The clinic had recently upgraded their entire digital security perimeter, but when they updated the camera firmware, they overlooked a blind spot at a lower service entrance used for the industrial laundry facility. The heavy steel door sat in a sunken stairwell shielded by a retaining wall, falling exactly 3 degrees outside the scanning arc of the nearest security camera. It was a microscopic vulnerability in digital defense, but to someone who knew how to calculate network lag and fields of view, it was an open door. However, getting inside was only half the battle. I needed an internal asset to reach Chloe. Marcus utilized his extensive network of local contacts to find our opening. Her name was Brenda. She was a night shift nurse in the secure psychiatric ward at Cyprus, buried under massive debt from her mother's medical bills and harboring a deep resentment toward the wealthy clinic management. Late that night, Marcus intercepted Brenda in the dim parking lot of a discount grocery store. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. He handed her a thick brown envelope containing exactly $20,000 in unmarked $100 bills. The instructions were simple but incredibly dangerous. She was to draw a clean, untainted blood sample from Chloe before the clinic doctors could contaminate her system further. More importantly, she was to smuggle an untraceable burner phone into Chloe's secure room, hiding it inside the lining of her mattress. The phone was pre-programmed with only my secure number. If Chloe woke up, she would have an invisible lifeline directly to the outside world. Brenda looked at the cash in shock, then nodded her agreement in silence. The wait was absolute torture. I sat in the darkness of my motel room, staring at the glowing screen of my prepaid phone. Every minute that passed felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest. My mind wandered through the dark corridors of the clinic, imagining Brenda slipping past the security stations with the hidden equipment. Just after 3 a.m., the phone buzzed against the cheap wooden nightstand. An encrypted text message popped up on the screen. It was an image file. I clicked the message open, and my breath caught painfully in my throat. The dimly lit photograph showed the interior of a sterile, padded psychiatric isolation room. In the center of the frame, my beautiful daughter was trapped on a narrow hospital bed. Heavy leather restraints were crossed over her chest and legs, binding her wrists and ankles tightly to the metal rails. Her skin had a terrifyingly translucent pale quality, making her look like a ghost fading into the mattress. Her eyes were rolled back, completely lost to the heavy sedatives pumping into her veins. The horrific swelling from the forced injection that night was clearly visible under the harsh fluorescent lights. I stared at the image of my incapacitated child. The role of the defeated old man burned away entirely, leaving nothing but cold, terrifying ash. A profound, deadly silence settled over my mind. I didn't shout. I didn't smash anything. The grief vanished, replaced by a ruthless, mechanical fury that felt heavier than poured concrete. Julian and Richard Vance thought they had won this complex game of chess. They believed they could lock my daughter in a cage, steal her life's work, and walk away without a single consequence. I closed the phone and picked up my tactical crowbar, feeling the cold weight of the hardened steel in my hand. The time for gathering evidence was coming to an end. The massive fraud they had built on a fragile foundation was about to be systematically reduced to absolute ruin. Before the sun even broke the horizon, I left the suffocating motel room. Carrying my canvas duffel bag and the cloned USB drive, I drove straight to an abandoned warehouse on the industrial edge of the city. Marcus had secured an empty second-floor office space, transforming it into a secure, air-gapped tactical command post. The stark blue light of multiple monitors cut through the dim room as I pushed open the heavy metal door. Elena was already there, seated next to Marcus, with the sleeves of her expensive silk blouse rolled up to her elbows. They looked like two generals preparing for a digital assault. I threw the USB drive onto the folding table, the sharp metal clatter echoing in the empty space. "I need you to pull this apart completely," I said. Marcus grabbed the drive and slotted it into a heavily encrypted laptop. His fingers flew across the keyboard, entering lines of complex code to bypass the remnants of Julian's security firewalls. The room fell into a tense, heavy silence, broken only by the rhythmic clack of the keyboard and the low hum of the computer processors. 我们看着解密软件还慢地吞噬着被盗的数据。在进度条最终达到100%之前，我们经历了将近1个小时令人煎熬的等待。The screen flashed bright green, and an interface flooded with a massive directory of hidden folders burst onto the monitor. Elena leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as she clicked into the main financial ledgers. She was a shark that had smelled blood in the water, and Julian had left an absolute sea of it. Elena opened a primary spreadsheet, her face growing visibly paler as she slid through each row of data. The numbers meant nothing at a glance, but Elena knew exactly how to translate this level of corporate deception. "This is not a venture capital firm at all," Elena whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of professional awe and deep disgust. "This is a massive, highly orchestrated Ponzi scheme. Julian hasn't made a single successful investment in 4 years. He's been actively devouring his own clients." Elena pointed a trembling finger at a column of red numbers buried deep in a nested folder, labeled Offshore Holding Accounts. Julian had systematically embezzled over $12 million from his top-tier investors. He had been skimming massive percentages from their portfolios, moving the stolen funds through a dozen untraceable shell corporations in the Cayman Islands to sustain his lavish, unsustainable lifestyle. But the house of cards was finally collapsing. Elena pulled up a series of highly confidential internal memos, frantic, desperate emails between Julian and his CFO. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, had flagged several massive discrepancies in his quarterly filings. Worse yet, an FBI task force had formally requested a comprehensive audit of Apex Ventures. Federal agents were already circling his firm like vultures. The net was closing in very quickly. I stared at the glowing screen, the system architecture of Julian's lies becoming completely transparent. The Vances weren't facing a corporate scandal. They were facing absolute catastrophic ruin. Marcus opened another directory labeled Private Real Estate. The documents inside documented the brutal reality of their private finances, the flawless, sprawling estate in Northern California, the imported luxury cars, the expensive political fundraising dinners. It was all a meticulously forged illusion. The estate was heavily mortgaged, and they hadn't made a payment in 7 months. The final foreclosure notice had been served exactly 3 weeks ago. Their private bank accounts were severely overdrawn. Every available line of credit had been maxed out. Julian and Richard were utterly broke. They had no liquid cash to even pay their utility bills, let alone fight off a massive federal prosecution and pay back $12 million in stolen client funds. Out of their entire sphere of control, there is only one clean, untraceable asset left, Elena stated, pulling up the original trust documents Eleanor had established. The $50 million patent acquisition for Chloe. It matured exactly 14 days ago, but they faced a massive legal roadblock. Eleanor designed this trust to be completely bulletproof. Julian couldn't just have Agicorp wire the transfer into a joint account. The buyer and the bank required Chloe herself to physically verify her signature before a notary to authorize the release of the principal and close the IP transfer. Julian couldn't touch a dime of that money without her explicit, voluntary consent. The horrifying mechanics of the trap were now fully illuminated. Julian was drowning in criminal debt. He demanded the patent. Chloe refused and threatened exposure. So he and his father turned to a sinister backup plan. They poisoned her, labeled her a chemically dependent mental unstable, and locked her away in a private medical fortress controlled by Richard. They were keeping my daughter in a heavy, sedated coma while Julian used his medical proxy to file for mandatory emergency financial conservatorship. Once a judge declared Chloe mentally incapable of managing her own affairs, Julian would be granted absolute legal control over her assets. He could bypass the signature requirement, force the sale of the patent, disappear with the $50 million, pay off his most dangerous creditors, and silence the federal auditors before the FBI came knocking. My daughter was the only barrier between Julian Vance and a federal prison cell. Marcus suddenly raised his hand, signaling us to stop talking. He was digging deep into a hidden partition of the hard drive, a secure folder disguised as system temporary files. "Look at this," Marcus murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration. Julian's private dictation memos are run through voice-activated transcription software. The program automatically records audio in the background, caching the files locally on the hard drive before transferring them to the cloud. I just found a hidden audio file that was marked for permanent deletion. The timestamp on the recording is from 3 days ago, exactly 20 minutes before you received Chloe's panicked voicemail. Marcus maxed the volume on the computer's speakers and clicked play on the recovered file. A sharp burst of static hissed through the warehouse, immediately followed by the sound of glass shattering against a hardwood floor. "I'm not signing anything, Julian," Chloe screamed. Her voice echoed through the speakers, fierce and uncompromising. "You lied to me. You lied to everyone. I saw those offshore statements. I know exactly what you did to those clients. You stole tens of millions, and you actually expect me to sell my mother's life's work to bail you out of federal prison?" Julian's voice responded, cold, vicious, and dripping with frantic desperation. You don't understand how this works, Chloe. If I go down, this family is over. The estate is gone. We lose absolutely everything. You are my wife. You are legally obligated to help me cover this deficit before I face the auditors on Monday morning. I will absolutely not help you cover up a federal felony, Chloe fired back, her tone absolute. I'm calling Elena first thing in the morning to freeze my accounts. Then I'm calling my father. I'm filing for separation, Julian. I am getting out of this house, and I am taking my life back. You and your father have completely lost your minds. The recording erupted with a burst of violent struggle. The sickening sound of a heavy body being slammed against a wall echoed through the room. Chloe let out a short, terrified gasp. You're not going anywhere, Chloe, Julian snarled, his voice dropping to a dark, deadly whisper. You're either going to sit down and sign that authorization, or I swear to God, I will make sure you never leave this house lucid again. The recording cut off abruptly, leaving only a deafening silence in the cold warehouse. I froze in place, staring blindly at the computer screen. The ghost echo of my daughter's terrified voice tore through my chest like a jagged blade. She had held her ground. She fought his manipulation. She bravely threatened to expose his entire criminal empire, and in response, he violently attacked her in their own home. He pinned her to a wall, prepared to destroy her with that unknown neurotoxin. And when she managed to lock herself in her bedroom to call me for help, I didn't answer. I was safe in my garage, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding across town. Julian knew he couldn't force her signature, so he initiated chemical erasure. The pieces no longer formed just a financial theory. They were the blueprints for an attempted murder. Julian and Richard had systematically planned to erase my daughter's consciousness for $50 million. I slowly leaned down and picked up my tactical crowbar from the folding table. The heavy forged steel felt cold and solid in my grip. I turned toward the warehouse entrance, my jaw set like stone. I had all the data I needed to destroy their wealth. Now it was time to tear down the walls of their fortress and bring my little girl home. Leaving Marcus and Elena to draft the final financial injunctions and court filings, I drove back through the night to the dim motel room. This time, the long drive felt vastly different. The suffocating weight of the unknown was completely gone, replaced by a razor-sharp focus. I secured the financial blueprint, but the most critical stage of my plan was playing out in real time. I opened the cheap plywood door of the motel room, stepped inside, and locked the deadbolt behind me. The heavy blackout curtains kept the room buried in deep shadow, with only the laptop screen casting a harsh blue glow across the scarred wooden desk. I pulled out the secondary receiver Marcus had given me and connected it to the laptop. The software hummed to life, searching for the encrypted signals broadcasted by the micro cameras I had planted inside the Vance estate. After a few agonizing seconds of static, the screen split into two high-definition video feeds. The first view showed Richard's lavish study, completely empty and bathed in moonlight. The second feed, however, provided a perfect top-down view of Julian's mahogany-paneled office from the ceiling vent. Julian and his father were sitting in the expensive leather armchairs I had seen earlier. A heavy crystal decanter filled with amber scotch sat on the low table between them. Julian leaned forward, pouring the dark liquor into two heavy crystal glasses. He handed one to Richard. His posture was completely relaxed, his shoulders loose. The frantic, sweating, panicked man I had witnessed earlier was entirely gone. In his place was a smug, arrogant predator who believed he had successfully manipulated his way out of complete ruin. Richard took the glass, swirling the liquid thoughtfully before taking a slow, elegant sip. Draped in a deep green velvet robe, he looked entirely at peace, as if he hadn't just orchestrated a cruel medical imprisonment against his own daughter-in-law. I put on my headphones, pressing the foam pads tightly against my ears. The parabolic microphones picked up the crisp clink of ice against crystal and the steady hum of the central heating system. I held my breath, waiting for the system crack to expose itself. We handled the hospital staff perfectly, Richard stated, his voice smooth and disturbingly casual. Dr. Sterling is entirely in our pocket. He filed the rapid toxicology report exactly per my instructions, highlighting a dangerous mix of non-prescription hallucinogens and chemical fertilizers. He bypassed standard adverse reaction protocols entirely, classifying her respiratory distress as a severe psychiatric breakdown and drug reaction. The narrative is absolutely flawless, Julian. Julian let out a low, arrogant chuckle that made my jaw muscles tighten. He took a heavy swallow of scotch and sank deeper into the leather chair. I have to admit, Father, when she found those offshore bank statements, I panicked. When she threatened to call Elena and lock down her patent, I thought we were finished. The federal auditors are breathing down my neck. If she filed for divorce and walked out that door with her $50 million, the entire firm would have imploded by Monday. Richard waved his elegant hand dismissively, setting his glass on the table. You panic too easily, Julian. You always have. When a structural liability threatens the foundation of this family, we don't panic. We eliminate it. Chloe was a liability. She thought her PhD and her patent gave her leverage over us. We simply reminded her who actually controls this environment. I sat rigid in the motel room, my hands gripping the edge of the desk so tightly my knuckles turned white. The casual cruelty in his voice was sickening. They spoke of my daughter like a broken, defective machine part they were casually discarding. Julian swirled his drink, staring into the amber liquid. I still can't believe she fought back that intensely, he murmured, shaking his head. When I pinned her in the greenhouse and pulled out that pneumatic injector, she looked at me like I was a monster. Richard scoffed loudly, the harsh, ugly sound shattering his refined veneer. She fought like a wild animal. Richard sneered, his voice dropping to a venomous register. It was pathetic. She was struggling on the cold floor, screaming for you to stop. She was begging. But I held her wrists down. I dug my fingers into her arms until she couldn't move a single muscle. With wild animals, you have to be firm, Julian. You have to break their spirit completely before you put them on a leash. I held her perfectly still while you pressed that injector against her neck and forced that neuroinhibitor mixture into her veins. The air left my lungs. A violent, sickening shiver tore through my entire body. I was listening to a politician father calmly describe how he physically restrained my child while his son injected poison into her body. Those marks, the deep indentations on Chloe's pale skin, were from Richard. Richard had pinned her down. Richard had watched my daughter suffocate from that fatal allergic reaction, holding her fast as she fought for breath. We had to ensure she was heavily sedated enough to justify involuntary psychiatric placement, Richard continued, smoothing a wrinkle on his silk robe. If we had simply called the authorities claiming she was unstable, she would have denied it. She would have told them about your embezzlement. We needed her completely incoherent, erratic, and showing clear self-destructive tendencies. By forcing that neurotoxin into her system, we destroyed her credibility. We created perfect, undeniable physical evidence of a complete nervous collapse. Julian nodded aggressively in agreement. And the best part is, her dear old dad bought the entire performance. Arthur stood right there in the hospital hallway, looking like a pathetic, beaten dog. I handed him that legal proxy paperwork, and he just broke down. He packed up his things and drove his truck up to Oregon to hide and cry. He won't be anywhere near the city to interfere with us. Richard smiled, raising his glass. We've erased her voice, Julian. A wife locked away in a secure psychiatric unit under sedatives has zero credibility. Even if she wakes up and tries to tell the nurses about your missing millions, it will be written off immediately as chemical-induced paranoia and delusions. We own her narrative. We own her medical care, and most importantly, we are about to own her patent asset. Julian looked at his heavy gold watch, the metal gleaming under the office lights. The acquisition paperwork is ready. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, once the arbitration judge signs the final execution order, at the merger meeting, we pull the plug on her trust. The clinic will keep her in a vegetative state for the next 10 years. No one ever listens to a patient in a secure facility. Julian's chilling final words echoed through the stagnant air of the motel room. The sheer cruelty of it suffocated me. I stared at the glowing computer monitor, the blue light casting long, sharp shadows across the scarred wooden desk. The mechanical fury that had ignited inside me earlier was no longer just a burning ember. It had forged into something dense, absolute, and unyielding. I reached out with a steady hand and pressed a key, stopping the recording. The silence that rushed back into the room was absolute, but my mind was operating at a dizzying speed. I had the confession. I had the brutal, undeniable truth of what they had done to my only child. The truth was a weapon, yes, but it was currently still in its sheath. If I moved too recklessly, if I let anger dictate my actions, Julian would slip through my fingers like water. I needed professional, surgical precision to trap him. Having the truth and weaponizing it in the eyes of the law were two entirely different things. I needed Elena. I picked up the burner phone and dialed her direct line, telling her to meet me at the warehouse command center immediately. Packing my laptop, the hard drives, and the audio files into my canvas duffel bag, I left the surveillance rig running. I drove back through the industrial district, the dark, empty streets, flashing past my windshield like a blurred nightmare. When I pushed open the heavy metal door of the second-floor office, Marcus and Elena were already waiting. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I patched the laptop into the primary monitor and played the audio file. I watched Elena's face go completely pale as Richard described holding my daughter down. I watched Marcus's jaw tighten, his hands clenching into tight fists on the folding table. When the recording finally cut out, neither of them spoke for a long time. The sheer calculated malice of the Vance family left the room completely paralyzed. Elena slowly took off her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a trembling hand. "Arthur," Elena began, her voice incredibly quiet, stripped of her usual courtroom confidence. "This changes the entire legal landscape, but it also drastically accelerates their timeline. If Julian has already submitted the paperwork, we are running out of time." Elena opened her briefcase and pulled out a thick stack of legal precedents, explaining the brutal reality of the legal maneuver Julian was executing. "This is called an emergency ex parte power of attorney activation, tied into a corporate merger arbitration," Elena stated, leaning heavily against the table. "It's a legal clause originally designed to protect a corporation or an asset from irreversible loss if a key stakeholder suffers a sudden catastrophic medical crisis, like a coma. Julian has weaponized it perfectly. He's claiming Chloe's staged suicide attempt constitutes a severe, life-threatening medical crisis, bypassing standard notice periods. Because this involves Agricorp's $50 million buyout, an arbitration judge is going to rule on this directly tomorrow morning during a closed corporate meeting." Elena spread the files across the table, tapping the dense legal text with her gold pen. "Julian submitted medical records from the ER that are completely fabricated. He managed to get a fast-track toxicology report showing a lethal mix of sedatives, and the absolute hammer is a sworn affidavit from Dr. Sterling, the corrupt emergency doctor Richard bought off. That doctor has legally certified that Chloe suffers from deep mental instability and a severe chemical dependency. The merger arbitration meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning at exactly 10 o'clock. It's being held behind closed doors in a private boardroom at the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco to protect patient privacy and corporate secrets. If the judge bangs that gavel and signs that specific authorization order, Julian instantly gains absolute, irrevocable legal control over everything Chloe owns. I felt a cold, paralyzing dread creep up my spine. "What exactly does absolute control mean, Elena?" I asked, my voice dangerously level. "It means you no longer exist as her father in the eyes of the law," Elena answered, looking me dead in the eye. "Julian will have the legal right to dictate her medical protocols, which means he can keep her institutionalized at Richard's private site and under continuous, heavy sedation permanently. He will control who is permitted to visit her, which means he will legally bar you from ever stepping foot inside that facility. You will never be allowed to see your daughter again. And financially, he gets total access to her $50 million buyout. He will drain every single penny before noon on Monday, wiring the stolen funds to his offshore creditors to completely bury his $12 million embezzlement scheme. He walks away a free, wealthy man, and Chloe remains trapped in a chemical prison for the rest of her life." The staggering weight of Elena's words hung heavily over the dim warehouse. Marcus watched me closely, his posture tense, clearly expecting a violent outburst. He thought I was going to smash a computer monitor, flip the heavy metal table, or scream in blind, helpless agony. I didn't shout. I didn't shatter a single piece of equipment in that room. The deep, frozen anger inside my chest simply crystallized into pure tactical execution. I stood up slowly. Reaching for my dark windbreaker draped over the back of the folding chair, I calmly slid my arms into the sleeves. I zipped it up with slow, deliberate precision. "Marcus," I said, my voice entirely stripped of frantic emotion, "I need you to contact your federal network right now. You mentioned an FBI financial crimes unit has been tracking Julian's firm. I want you to call the highest-ranking agent you know on that task force. Use the data from the clone drive as bait. Tell them you have absolute, unassailable proof of a $12 million corporate embezzlement scheme, complete with offshore routing numbers and internal communications. Tell them the entire architecture is collapsing and the primary suspect is a massive flight risk. But do not give them the files yet. Tell them if they want the entire data package handed to them on a silver platter, they need to meet us tomorrow morning at the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco." Marcus smiled slowly, a dark, predatory glint appearing in his weathered eyes. He pulled his phone from his leather jacket, already scrolling through his encrypted contact list. "Consider it done, Arthur. For a haul like this, they'll bring the whole tactical team." I turned back to Elena. "Elena, draft a counterpetition for medical coercion and asset fraud, incorporating the recorded confessions and the structural evidence of Richard's shadow ownership of that clinic. At exactly 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we are walking straight into that closed private boardroom. We aren't going to stop the hearing. We are going to let Julian build his perfect legal fortress right in front of the judge and the AgriCorp executives. We'll let him present his fake medical charts. We'll listen to him tell his tragic, heartbreaking lies, and then we are locking the doors from the inside. We are going to absolutely and completely destroy him." We spent the remainder of Thursday night transforming that abandoned industrial warehouse into a highly synchronized, tactical command center. The air was thick with the scent of bitter black coffee and the electrical hum of powerful processors running at maximum capacity. I watched Elena pace the concrete floor ruthlessly, organizing printed documents into lethal legal classifications. She was meticulously preparing the countersuit, linking Julian's fabricated ER charts directly to Richard's concealed corporate ownership records. Marcus remained glued to his encrypted monitors, managing digital back channels and communicating directly with his federal contacts. We weren't just building a defense for a financial hearing. We were meticulously constructing a federal RICO case, lay out these explosive charges with the structural precision of a controlled demolition. Every piece of evidence had to lock together perfectly. If we left a single logical gap, Julian's high-priced attorneys would slide right through it. But the entire foundation of our counterstrike relied completely on the physical data Brenda was risking her life to obtain. At exactly 2 a.m., the heavy metal door of the warehouse creaked open. Marcus's private courier stepped into the harsh fluorescent light, tightly clutching a specialized insulated cooler fitted with a biometric lock. He had just finalized a covert handoff with Brenda at a desolate commuter lot 3 miles outside the Cypress facility. Elena snatched the cooler, popping the magnetic seals. Inside, resting perfectly on a bed of dry ice, were 3 vials of Chloe's untainted blood. Elena immediately transferred the samples to a trusted, independent forensic toxicologist she kept on retainer for massive corporate litigation. We paid an exorbitant rush fee to bypass the standard laboratory queue, demanding an immediate, definitive chemical analysis. An agonizing wait stretched over the next 3 hours. I paced the warehouse floor, my boots echoing against the concrete, my mind constantly returning to the image of my daughter, strapped to that sterile bed, her brain drowning in a chemical fog. Finally, Elena's encrypted phone buzzed loudly against the folding table. She picked it up, listening intently in absolute silence for 60 seconds before ending the call with a sharp, satisfied nod. The original hospital toxicology report submitted by Dr. Sterling is a complete fabrication, Elena announced, her voice echoing with a dark resonance. Sterling claimed Chloe overdosed on hallucinogens and fertilizer extracts. He certified that her respiratory collapse was the direct result of that specific chemical mixture interacting with her existing lab stress. However, the independent forensic scan just isolated the actual chemical compound currently saturating the patient's bloodstream. It's not fertilizer at all, Arthur. It's an exceptionally potent clinical neuroinhibitor, a high-purity synthetic compound that is virtually impossible to obtain without specialized military or advanced neurosurgical clearance. Richard didn't just sedate her, he used a heavily restricted chemical restraint meant for the most extreme psychiatric lockdown wards. It is unassailable physical evidence of deliberate, malicious poisoning. Julian and Richard had officially crossed the line from corporate fraud into attempted murder. The fabricated ER paperwork was now nothing more than a signed confession of their conspiracy. As the weight of the toxicology report settled over us, Marcus's specialized satellite uplink let out a rapid, repeating chime. He had established a secure, closed-loop network connection with Supervisory Special Agent Vance of the FBI's elite financial crimes unit. Marcus transmitted a highly encrypted zip file containing a small, curated slice of the data we extracted from Julian's clone drive. Just enough raw financial data to prove the existence of the offshore embezzlement scheme without giving away our entire hand. Marcus clicked the speakerphone on, leaning back in his metal folding chair. The voice that filled the room was deep, authoritative, and carried a visible, hungry intensity. We've been trying to crack the corporate shell structures protecting Apex Ventures for the past 8 months, the federal agent stated bluntly, skipping all pleasantries. Julian Vance buried his client portfolios beneath a labyrinth of international banking firewalls. We knew he was bleeding capital, but we couldn't pinpoint the extraction nodes. The routing numbers and internal communications you just provided bypass years of painstaking forensic accounting. The metadata is absolutely authentic. My entire task force is practically salivating at the scale of this wire fraud. This is a textbook $12 million Ponzi scheme collapse. The agent paused, the sound of frantic keyboard typing echoing in the background of the call. I need the rest of that drive, Marcus. I need the master ledgers and the encryption keys for those Cayman accounts. I can have a federal arrest warrant signed before sunrise. Marcus looked at me, raising a single eyebrow in a silent question. I stepped closer to the microphone, letting the cold, steady authority of a veteran system architect saturate my voice. You will get every single byte of data, Agent Vance, I replied calmly. But you will not execute any warrants until exactly 10:30 a.m. this morning. Julian Vance is attending a private arbitration hearing at the Transamerica Pyramid at 10 o'clock to steal my daughter's $50 million patent. You deploy your tactical team outside the main boardroom. You wait until I personally dismantle his legal fortress in front of the presiding judge. When the dust settles, the rest of the hard drive is yours. The federal agent let out a low, appreciative whistle. We'll be waiting in the corridor, Arthur. Try not to make too much of a mess. The federal connection cut out, leaving a deep, heavy silence in the warehouse. The trap was fully constructed. The explosives were meticulously wired, and the perimeter was completely secured. There was absolutely nothing left for us to do but wait for dawn to break. I left Marcus and Elena to finalize the legal briefs and drove back to the dingy motel as the first faint gray light of Friday morning began to creep across the eastern horizon. The icy wind had finally settled, leaving the city locked in a dead, bone-deep chill. I walked into the dim room and flipped on the small bathroom light that sputtered to life. I stripped off the dark tactical gear I had worn to infiltrate the Vance estate. I turned on the shower, letting the scalding water wash away the sweat, dirt, and lingering exhaustion of the last 3 days. I needed to wash away the frail, grieving father completely. When I stepped out of the steam, I unzipped the garment bag I had brought from home. Hanging inside was a sharply tailored pressed suit of deep charcoal gray wool. This was armor I hadn't worn since negotiating major Pentagon contracts for defense network systems. I dressed with deliberate, methodical care. I buttoned the crisp white collar, pulled the silk tie perfectly straight, and slid into the heavy wool jacket. Standing before the cracked mirror above the cheap motel sink, I stared at my reflection. The helpless old man was dead. In his place stood a ruthless project manager ready for final system acceptance. The walnut doors at the top of the Transamerica Pyramid were heavy enough to seal out the world, creating a vacuum of suffocating silence inside the private boardroom. Inside the meeting room on the 48th floor, the atmosphere was thick with manufactured gravity. Judge Thomas Arris, a seasoned retired jurist presiding over this merger arbitration, sat at the head of the conference table. Below him, in the petitioners' seats, Julian and Richard Vance were giving the performance of their lives. They wore impeccably tailored conservative dark suits, chosen to project quiet, respectful grief. Julian sat with slumped shoulders, his head bowed, a crumpled white tissue clutched in his trembling hand. Every few seconds he dabbed at his eyes, a perfect picture of a husband broken by tragedy. Richard sat beside him, a gentle, comforting hand resting on his son's shoulder. He looked like the stoic, supportive patriarch, his face set in a mask of polite devastation. "Your Honor, members of the executive board," Julian began, his voice breaking with practiced emotion as he addressed the table. "Sitting here today breaks my heart. I've tried everything to help my wife. I loved Chloe through her darkest times, hoping she would find the strength to overcome her demons. But severe delusion brought on by research, stress has completely taken over her mind. She is not the woman I married anymore. The chemical hallucinogens have made her paranoid, violent, and an extreme danger to herself." Julian paused, taking a shaky breath, letting the silence hang over the boardroom for maximum emotional impact. 2 nights ago, she hit absolute rock bottom. She ingested a lethal cocktail of neurochemical agents. If I hadn't found her and rushed her to the hospital, she would not be alive today. She needs long-term intensive psychiatric intervention, and she needs to be protected from her own intellectual property transfer process before she uses this fortune to destroy herself completely. Judge Arris carefully reviewed the thick legal binder Julian had submitted, peering over his silver reading glasses. The binder contained the fabricated ER charts, the doctored toxicology scan, and Dr. Sterling's sworn affidavit. The architecture of the forged evidence was flawless. "I've reviewed the medical documentation provided by the attending physician," Judge Arris stated, his tone carrying a sympathetic weight. "The toxicology report clearly indicates a severe, life-threatening chemical dependency. It is always a tragic situation when a spouse must step in to assume full legal control, Mr. Vance. However, given the irrefutable physical evidence of self-harm and severe mental instability involving a major $50 million commercial transaction, this arbitration court recognizes the immediate necessity of an emergency proxy intervention." The judge picked up his heavy black pen, unscrewing the gold cap. With one stroke, he was about to dissolve my daughter's autonomy, granting Julian absolute control over her $50 million patent. Checkmate. At that exact moment, the massive brass handle of the boardroom door turned, and the heavy walnut panel burst inward. The dull thud of wood hitting the rubber doorstop cut through the silent room like a gunshot. I stepped across the threshold. I wore the tailored charcoal suit, my posture perfectly rigid, my face set like frozen stone. I didn't walk with the gait of a frail, broken father seeking mercy. I walked with the stride of a system architect stepping onto a site scheduled for demolition. My dress shoes met the polished marble floor with a steady, rhythmic cadence that echoed loudly in the room. But I didn't walk alone. Elena marched directly to my right, clutching a thick leather briefcase full of our independent forensic evidence. Marcus flanked my left, his posture relaxed but hypervigilant, scanning the room with the calculated eyes of a seasoned operative. And directly behind us, moving with perfectly synchronized silence, were 2 broad-shouldered federal agents. They wore identical dark suits, their federal badges clipped prominently to their belts, projecting an aura of absolute, undeniable authority. Supervisory Special Agent Vance led the pair, his expression entirely stripped of emotion. The impact of our entrance was instantaneous, and physically devastating for the men seated at the petitioner's table. Julian froze, the crumpled tissue dropping from his hand. The manufactured tears vanished from his eyes, instantly replaced by a pure, unadulterated terror. He stopped breathing, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the edge of the wooden table. His carefully constructed illusion was shattering before his eyes. He knew exactly what the presence of those federal badges meant. He realized in that single second that his financial sanctuary had been breached, his offshore accounts exposed, his entire criminal network laid bare. The walls of his invisible fortress had utterly collapsed, leaving him completely exposed to the harsh light of absolute federal justice and utter ruin. Richard's reaction was entirely different. His refined politician's mask ripped open, revealing the ugly, desperate predator underneath. He lunged to his feet, his wooden chair scraping violently against the marble floor, his face contorted into a deep crimson color of pure rage. "What is the meaning of this?" Richard screamed, his voice high-pitched and echoing frantically in the high-ceilinged boardroom. He pointed a trembling, manicured finger directly at my chest, completely abandoning his supportive patriarch veneer. "Your Honor, you must have this man removed immediately. He has no legal standing in this boardroom. He is distraught. He is mentally unstable, and he is violently interfering with a closed, private medical proxy proceeding. You cannot permit this outrage to continue for another second. He is completely mad. He is entirely delusional. He is trying to sabotage a highly sensitive legal process meant to save my poor daughter-in-law." Judge Eris picked up his wooden gavel and brought it down hard on the block, the sharp crack cutting through Richard's hysterical screaming. "Order!" the judge commanded, his voice filled with absolute, uncontested authority. He looked down at me, his brow furrowed in deep confusion, clearly agitated by the abrupt intrusion into his private hearing. He gestured toward our group with the gavel. "Sir, this is a closed hearing. You cannot just burst through that door. Who are you? And what is the meaning of this unprecedented disruption?" I did not attempt to shout over the lingering echoes of Richard's frenzied outburst. I did not slam my heavy fist onto the solid wood table. I simply walked forward, moving with an icy, calm, and terrifying certainty. I stopped exactly 3 feet from the petitioner's table, locking my eyes on Julian's utterly panicked, sweating face. I could see the reflection of ruin in his wide, terrified eyes. I turned my gaze upward, meeting the judge's stern, questioning stare. My voice was smooth, cold, and carried the heavy weight of absolute truth. "Your Honor," I replied, the tone cutting through the silence like a scalpel, "my name is Arthur Pendleton. I am the father of the woman they are attempting to imprison. I'm not here to disrupt a medical proceeding. I'm here to report a premeditated kidnapping, a calculated chemical poisoning, and a $12 million federal fraud scheme." An absolute and heavy silence followed my statement. Judge Eris set down the gavel, his gaze sweeping between me, the federal agents, and the shaking figures of Julian and Richard Vance. Julian looked as if the floor had entirely vanished beneath his expensive dress shoes. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a dry rasp escaped his throat. Richard glared at me with pure hatred, his chest heaving as he fought to maintain his facade. He gripped the edge of the conference table so tightly, his fingernails dug into the wood. "Your Honor," Elena stepped forward with fluid, calculated, professional grace. She set her briefcase on the evidence table and clicked open the brass locks. The sound was crisp and decisive in the silent boardroom. "I am Elena Cross, intellectual property attorney for Chloe Vance. We are here to contest this financial conservatorship and possess independent evidence proving the petitioner systematically fabricated medical documentation to orchestrate a malicious intellectual property seizure." Judge Eris leaned forward, his stern face hardening into an expression of intense judicial scrutiny. "These are exceptionally grave allegations, Counselor," the judge warned, his voice dropping an octave. "You are alleging manipulation of sealed medical proceedings by the petitioner. You had better have the documentation to support a charge of this magnitude." Elena did not flinch. She smoothly pulled a fresh, sealed manila folder from her briefcase and handed it directly to the clerk, who immediately presented it to the judge. "Your Honor, Inside that folder is an independent forensic toxicology report, Elena explained, her voice ringing with authority. Early this morning, we secured a legal blood sample from Chloe Vance, drawn by a nurse inside the Cypress Private Neurorehabilitation Center. We bypassed the compromised local lab and submitted the sample directly to an independent forensic toxicologist. The results completely contradict the ER charts submitted by Mr. Vance. Julian slumped back in his chair, his posture completely disintegrating as the walls of his medical trap began to collapse. The original report claimed she overdosed on hallucinogens and fertilizer compounds. Elena continued, pacing before the judge. However, the independent forensic scan isolated the actual chemical compound currently saturating the patient's bloodstream. It's not fertilizer. It's an exceptionally potent clinical synthetic neuroinhibitor, a heavy central nervous system sedative that is virtually impossible to obtain without specialized neurosurgical clearance. Furthermore, we have attached Chloe Vance's complete lifetime medical history. Page 4 highlights her severely documented fatal allergy history to benzodiazepines. Dr. Sterling deliberately ignored this fatal allergy response to validate a fake narrative of schizophrenic self-harm. Judge Aris flipped rapidly through the independent lab results, his brow furrowed with deep, accumulating fury. He looked down at Julian, his judicial neutrality replaced by a cold, penetrating stare. "Mr. Vance," the judge demanded, his voice cracking like a whip, "are you aware that fabricating medical records to obtain financial conservatorship constitutes severe felony fraud?" Julian opened his mouth, stammering as his polished venture capitalist image shattered into pieces. "Your Honor, I had no idea," he choked out. "The doctor told me she came into contact with those chemicals. I was just trying to save my wife. I'm just a worried husband trying to protect my family." "That is an absolute lie," I cut in. I stepped past Elena, walking straight to the mahogany railing separating the gallery from the legal tables. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I pulled out my burner phone. I didn't raise my voice, but the cold, heavy resonance in my tone commanded the entire room. "Your Honor, Julian and Richard Vance didn't just fabricate medical documents. They actively and violently injected my daughter with a neurotoxin in their own home to silence her forever. And I have the recording to prove it." Richard lunged to his feet again, his face twisted into a mask of pure panic. "This is an absolute outrage," he screamed, his voice bouncing off the walls. "He's fabricating evidence. You cannot allow this unstable man to play unauthorized audio in a closed proceeding. This is a violation of our privacy." "Sit down immediately, Mr. Vance," Judge Aris roared, slamming his gavel hard enough to make the wood groan. "One more outburst, and I will hold you in contempt and have the bailiff put you in cuffs. Proceed, Mr. Pendleton. Let's hear exactly what you've brought to my court today." I walked over to the court reporter's desk and picked up the auxiliary audio cable, plugging it directly into my phone. I didn't look at Julian. I didn't look at Richard. My eyes were locked entirely on the judge. I selected the intercepted audio file and pressed play. The sharp, static hiss of the covert recording filled the silent courtroom. The sound of glass shattering on a hardwood floor made Julian flinch violently in his chair. Then Richard Vance's voice echoed through the chamber, stripped of all its refinement. "She fought like a wild animal," Richard's voice sneered from the recording, the venomous tone making the judge's eyes widen in absolute horror. "It was pathetic. She was struggling on the cold floor, screaming for you to stop. She was begging, but I held her wrists down. I dug my fingers into her arms until she couldn't move a single muscle. With wild animals, you have to be firm, Julian. You have to break their spirit completely before you put them on a leash. I held her perfectly still while you pressed that injector against her neck and forced that neuroinhibitor mixture into her veins. I watched the last bit of color drain from Julian's face. He looked like a man standing on a gallows, watching the executioner reach for the lever. Richard collapsed heavily back into his wooden chair, his hands flying to cover his mouth. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as the audio recording continued to play, destroying every single lie they had ever told. "We've erased her voice, Julian," Richard continued on the recording, his cruel laughter cutting through the room. A wife locked away in a secure psychiatric unit under sedatives has zero credibility. Even if she wakes up and mentions your missing millions, it will be written off immediately as paranoia and delusions. We own her narrative. We own her medical care. And most importantly, we are about to own her patent asset. The recording reached its chilling climax as Julian's own voice cut through the air, smug and filled with absolute triumph. The acquisition paperwork is ready. Once the judge signs it, we pull the plug on her trust. The clinic will keep her in a vegetative state for the next 10 years. No one ever listens to a patient in a secure facility. I unplugged the audio cable. The silence that followed was deafening. Judge Eris sat completely motionless, his face a mask of freezing fury. In 30 years on the bench, I have never witnessed such profound malice, he stated. You attempted to use this court to imprison an innocent woman. The emergency proxy is hereby revoked immediately. This court grants full emergency guardianship to Arthur Pendleton. Go bring your daughter home. Before Julian could even process the loss of the $50 million buyout, Agent Vance stepped forward. Julian Vance, he stated, flashing his badge, you are under arrest for wire fraud, corporate espionage, and attempted murder. The heavy, polished silver handcuffs clicked around Julian's wrists, the sharp, metallic ring rippling through the stunned room. Agent Vance didn't pause, his voice cutting through the dead air with absolute, unyielding federal authority. You have the right to remain silent, Vance recited the Miranda warning, locking Julian's arms firmly behind his back. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You are being charged with multiple federal counts of wire fraud, grand corporate embezzlement, criminal conspiracy, and the attempted murder of Chloe Vance. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights as I have read them to you? Julian didn't answer immediately. His knees buckled completely, his expensive Italian leather shoes slipping on the polished marble floor. If the second federal agent hadn't grabbed him by the shoulder and roughly hauled him back into a standing position, he would have collapsed entirely. The arrogant, untouchable financial predator I had watched swagger into this boardroom 20 minutes ago was completely gone. In his place was a pathetic, broken coward who was hyperventilating and weeping openly. The absolute weight of the federal charges had finally squeezed the air right out of his lungs. He looked around wildly, his eyes wide with terror, darting between Judge Eris's stern face and the cold expressions of the federal agents. "Wait!" Julian suddenly gasped, his voice breaking into a desperate, pathetic whine. "Wait, please! You don't understand. You have to listen to me. I didn't want to hurt her. I never meant to harm Chloe. I just needed to balance the accounts. The money was just a temporary solution. It was supposed to be a short-term loan to cover the crypto losses. The physical force, the poison, locking her away in that awful place. None of that was my idea." The cowardice was absolute, and it was sickening. As the federal agents tightened their grip on his arms to drag him toward the heavy oak doors, Julian twisted his body, violently, turning to face his father. He let out a desperate, selfish shriek, throwing his own father completely under the bus to save himself. "He did it!" Julian screamed, spit flying from his lips as he pointed his cuffed hands clumsily toward Richard. "He masterminded the entire thing. He found the clinic. He bought off Dr. Sterling. He got the neuroinhibitors and forced me to use the injector. I didn't want to do it. He's the one who pinned Chloe to the floor. You heard the recording. He did it. He made me do it. I'm the victim here. He manipulated me." The boardroom erupted into pure, unfiltered chaos. Richard Vance, the once powerful former senator of the California tech elite, the man who had spent his entire life cultivating a flawless, untouchable image, snapped completely. His refined facade didn't just crack, it shattered violently into a million pieces of unfixable ruin. "You pathetic, worthless piece of garbage!" Richard screamed, a sound so deep and primal it barely sounded human. He lunged forward, crossing the short distance between them with terrifying speed. Before the federal agents could react, Richard swung his right arm, delivering a vicious, open-handed slap across Julian's face. The sharp crack of skin hitting skin was as loud as a gunshot. Julian stumbled backward, crying out in pain as a bright red mark instantly bloomed on his pale cheek. "You blame me?" Richard yelled, his chest heaving, a frantic madness gleaming in his eyes. "I have spent your entire life cleaning up your pathetic, incompetent messes. I built this family, I protected our legacy, and you gambled it all away like a complete idiot. I did what I had to do to save us from your stupidity." The physical altercation was the final trigger. Judge Eris banged his gavel continuously, shouting for the bailiffs to restore order, but the command was entirely unnecessary. The burly bailiff stationed at the door was already moving. He crossed the marble floor in 3 massive strides, wrapping his thick arms around Richard's waist and tackling him roughly against the petitioner's table. Richard struggled wildly, kicking and screaming obscenities, stripping away every last shred of his elite dignity. The bailiff pinned his arms behind his back, drawing a pair of steel handcuffs from his utility belt. "Richard Vance," the bailiff declared, his voice straining to be heard over Richard's frantic, breathless shouting. "You are under arrest for unlawful confinement, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. Stop resisting immediately." He didn't stop. He fought with the wild, desperate energy of a cornered predator, his body twisting violently against the wooden table, his expensive leather heels kicking against the table legs. His once impeccably combed hair was completely ruined, damp strands of sweat-soaked hair hanging wildly across his face. The designer suit he had chosen to project an image of dignified grief for this winning appearance was rumpled and twisted out of shape. The federal agents and the bailiff hauled both men up from the floor, their hands securely locked in cold steel. The physical struggle was over, but the war of words was only beginning. As they were forcefully marched down the hallway, Julian and Richard turned on each other with absolute venom. The toxic, parasitic nature of their relationship was laid bare for everyone to see. Richard glared at his son, struggling fiercely against the heavy grip of the federal marshals, as he yelled that he gave him everything. He called Julian a complete failure who ruined their family name, ruined his life, and expressed his deep resentment, wishing for him to face the absolute worst in a federal cell. Julian sobbed uncontrollably as agents pushed him toward the exit, screaming back that he was forced into this. He shouted that his father had controlled every single aspect of his life, calling him a monster who ruined him. They were dragged out of the conference room, their bitter, resentful shouting echoing down the long marble corridors of the Transamerica Pyramid. The heavy walnut doors slammed shut behind them, abruptly cutting off their frantic cries. The complete collapse of the Vance family was total. They had walked into this building as wealthy, untouchable elites, confident in their power to manipulate the law and destroy my child. Instead, they left in absolute disgrace, their wealth exposed as a massive criminal fraud, their reputation permanently shattered, and their freedom completely stripped away. They were facing decades in federal custody, and they would spend every remaining second of their lives blaming each other for their ultimate downfall. I stood perfectly still by the wooden railing, watching the doors slowly settle back into their heavy frame. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I didn't say a single word to them as they were led past me in total shame. There was no joy in this victory, no triumphant celebration. Bringing about their downfall couldn't erase the terrible marks they left on my daughter's pale neck, nor could it undo the sheer terror she had been forced to endure. The long nightmare was finally over. Now my only priority was ensuring Chloe's safety and bringing her back home where she belonged, forever. I turned away from the heavy doors and looked straight at Marcus. I told him it was time to go get my daughter. The drive to the Cyprus Neuro Rehabilitation Center felt like a century, even though Marcus pushed the tactical vehicle to its absolute limit along the winding highway. Supervisory Special Agent Vance and his federal team followed closely behind in a convoy of unmarked black SUVs. Their sirens were silent, but their flashing emergency lights painted the forest canopy in shades of red and blue. The massive, isolated facility finally appeared through the tall pines. It looked less like a medical sanctuary and more like an impenetrable fortress designed to keep the outside world out. Marcus slammed on the brakes, bringing our vehicle to a sudden stop right in front of the heavy glass main entrance. We didn't wait for the reception staff to grant us access. Federal agents breached the building with overwhelming, coordinated precision. The polished, serene atmosphere of the psychiatric facility was shattered instantly. Fully armed agents spread out across the lobby, presenting federal search warrants and securing every exit. The care staff, who had been so confident in their shadow authority, froze in absolute terror. Dr. Sterling emerged from a back hallway, pale and sweating, demanding to know what was happening. Agent Vance didn't waste a single breath explaining. He simply gestured to two of his men, who immediately secured the doctor against the reception desk and placed him in handcuffs. Elena followed closely behind the agents, presenting the emergency guardianship order signed by Judge Iris, and demanded the master keycard for the secure residential wing. I didn't wait for the bureaucracy to play out. My heart pounded against my ribs in a frantic, desperate rhythm. I pushed past the detained staff and ran straight down the hallway. I read the brass room numbers as I hurried along, my jaw clenched, until I reached room 412 at the very end of the corridor. The door was magnetically locked, but a federal agent stepped forward and swiped a confiscated MasterCard. The lock clicked, and the heavy door swung open. The room was bathed in dim twilight. The air smelled of disinfectant and sterile linens. I stepped over the threshold, my breath catching painfully in my throat. There, lying completely motionless on a narrow hospital bed, was my daughter. Against the pure white sheets, she looked incredibly small, fragile, and pale. Intravenous lines ran from her slender arm to a silently blinking monitor beside the bed, still slowly pumping paralyzing neurological suppressants into her system. Seeing her stripped of all her vitality, reduced to a helpless captive, brought a fresh wave of grief over me. I walked to the bedside and fell to my knees on the floor. I reached out a trembling hand, gently brushing a stray lock of hair away from her damp forehead. I whispered to her, my voice thick with tears, telling her that Daddy was right there. Her eyelids fluttered, fighting against the heavy chemical fog clouding her brain. Slowly, with immense effort, she opened her eyes. They were unfocused at first, staring blankly at the ceiling, before turning downward to find my face. A spark of recognition finally broke through the heavy sedation. Her lips parted, but she lacked the strength to make a sound. Instead, she managed a weak squeeze of my hand. I leaned forward, gently resting my forehead against hers. I whispered that I found her, and that we were going home. I promised her that no one would ever hurt her again as my tears fell onto the white sheets. A month later, the winter chill finally gave way to the warmth of spring. The sprawling Vance estate, the very mansion where Julian and Richard had plotted to ruin my daughter, now stood completely empty and dark. Federal authorities had seized the property, padlocked the gates, and frozen every single asset tied to their corrupt empire. The downfall of California's corporate royalty dominated the headlines for weeks. The scale of their arrogance and greed left the entire financial and tech district completely stunned. Julian Vance, stripped of his tailored suits and his arrogant smirk, had officially pleaded guilty to multiple counts of wire fraud, grand embezzlement, and conspiracy. He was currently sitting in a federal facility, facing 25 years without the possibility of parole. His father, Richard, fought the charges with blind rage, but the audio recordings and independent toxicology reports were insurmountable barriers. He faced 15 years for his role in the unlawful confinement, his social standing entirely erased. The $12 million corporate deficit was completely exposed, but Chloe's $50 million merger patent remained completely untouched, safely secured in an independent account solely under her name. The money was safe, but more importantly, my daughter was safe. I stood on the back porch of my quiet, modest home, holding a steaming cup of coffee. I looked out at the sun-drenched garden where bright daffodils and purple hydrangeas were beginning to bloom in the morning light. Chloe sat in a wheelchair in the middle of the lawn, a blanket carefully draped over her lap. She held a cup of chamomile tea with both hands, taking slow, small sips, absorbing the comforting warmth of the early morning sun. The dark shadows beneath her eyes had finally faded, replaced by the returning color in her cheeks. The lingering weakness from the neurotoxins was slowly leaving her body, replaced by a quiet, determined resilience. She looked up from her tea, sensing my presence on the porch. She smiled. I smiled back, raising my mug in a silent tribute. I stayed on the steps, watching the breeze stir the leaves of the oak trees that shaded the yard. My thoughts drifted back over the events of the past month. I realized that a lifetime spent writing code, troubleshooting system vulnerabilities, and building firewalls had taught me a fundamental truth about the world. I knew exactly how to look at an architecture and instantly spot the decaying logic underneath. The Vance family had built their entire empire on a crumbling foundation of lies, manipulation, and greed. They believed their wealth and status made them untouchable, shielding them from the consequences of their cruelty. They thought they could crush anyone who stood in their way, but they completely underestimated the deep, unbreakable strength of a father protecting his only child from their malice. I didn't need to sink to their level of deception to bring their fortress down. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, I relied on cold patience, relentless logic, and the absolute power of the truth to systematically dismantle their entire existence. I simply used the raw materials of their own deception to set the trap. Now, those who caused so much harm were permanently confined, their empire reduced to ashes, and their name ruined. The dark, heavy storm had finally passed, leaving behind a beautiful, quiet peace. I took a slow, deep breath of the fresh garden air, filling my lungs, and walked down the porch steps into the sunshine to join my daughter. There is a dangerous misconception in society that age equals irrelevance and that silence implies ignorance. When arrogance blinds people, they often underestimate the quiet strength of those who have spent a lifetime building and protecting their families. True power doesn't shout, it observes, it calculates, and when the faulty foundation of a lie is fully exposed, it delivers the final blow. Never mistake a father's patience for weakness. Deception might offer a temporary illusion of control, but the truth, wielded with precision and unyielding logic, will always bring down the most carefully constructed fortresses built on greed and betrayal. If you appreciated this story of justice, please leave a like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments what you would have done if you were in Arthur's shoes. Let's keep the discussion kind and respectful. I used to ride on your shoulders, thinking you could touch the sky. Looking at the world through your eyes, the road ahead never seemed so dim. You were stronger than the mountains, taller than the northern pines. When the winter winds blew, you always stood between them and me. Time rushes on like a river. The years slip quietly across the sea. But no matter where life takes me, you will always be a part of me. I am my father's daughter. In every step I take, in every moment I could have easily given up, but chose to stand. I carry your courage in my heart and your fire in my soul. Even as the years pass, your love still guides me home. You taught me that strength isn't about power, but about kindness in the face of adversity. You taught me how to keep going when the path grew cold and dark. Every lesson, every story, every laugh by the fireside remains like an echo in my heart, gently calling my name. When I face my greatest battles, when I feel like I can't go on, I can hear you right beside me saying, "Kiddo, you're stronger than you think." I am my father's daughter. In every step I take, and in every single moment I could have easily given up, but chose to stand. I carry your courage in my heart and keep your fire in my soul. Even as the years pass, your love still guides me home. One day the snow will cover our footprints. One day the fire in the hearth will fade away. But what a father gives his daughter is something that will never disappear. It isn't gold, it isn't stories, and it isn't the battles he won. It is the quiet way he loved her, and the person she ultimately grew up to be. I am my father's daughter, and I will always be. Through every victory, every loss, through every joy, and every piece of heartache. The world may change around me. The stars above my head may grow dim, but I will always carry my Father's endless love with me. And when they ask me who I am, I will smile and answer softly, I am my Father's daughter. I always will be.